Let's have a look at you, Buckles need reinforcing. This leather's cracked. What have you been getting yourself into, huh? Look, you live or die by the quality of your equipment. If you've the coin and materials, I can improve it for you.
I need more time.
Daughter of hatred demands blood.
Out of energy. I need more time. I need more energy. Out of energy. Don't have enough energy. Low on energy.
Indeed I am. My guard turned on me, tried to choke the life out of me. All I could do before I lost consciousness was go over the cliff. I need to return to Kyovashad and request a night escort. Please, take the tithing demands to the merchant lord, Talgun, in Menestad.
ready yet. I don't have enough energy.
I saw eyes in the darkness of the forest before I reached town. Glowing eyes. I've never been so terrified.
You can talk.
I am so very grateful. I will need to make the necessary arrangements. Please, excuse me. How did this happen? I shouldn't be holding this in my hands. It should be.
Restraint, my lord.
Ah, yes. Of course. Carry on, Misty.
An arrangement I made went awry, and I was extorted by the ruffian Laskus for protection. He's camped somewhere near the pass to the northwest. Return the gemstones he stole, and I'll make it worth your while.
I'm not ready yet.
Meros sent you. That spineless merchant. Ha! This will cost him dearly.
Low on energy. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Low on energy. Need more time. I need more time.
So, the deed is done. Excellent. I knew you would prove worthy of my trust. I'm sure you've heard the new word as it spreads. We will no longer suffer at the hands of the lesser. Our strength, our might, our destiny is to triumph over the weak.
Father bless. What do you need? Came about nicely.
I've waited for you. Knight's blessing. If you have needs, check in with the Watchguard.
Problem exactly.
Oh, the Knight's Pen.
Safe journey, my friend.
I'm looking for a Horadrim named Donan. An old friend of his sent me.
At this hour, I'd wager he's in the keep. Check with the guard at the door.
Beware the gossip around here, traveler. The Gwen folk will find any reason to slander the cathedral, despite all we've done to heal this broken land.
Oh no. You another one of his bootlickers? Doning this, doning that. People. Oh, where was he? I'll tell you where.
Walk in the light. Traveler.
Come on, we're going to miss it.
He's upstairs in the Great Hall with his son. Keep it quick.
Dad, I need to be out in the field with the other knights.
Why the rush, my boy? You know, I found some of my old Horadric tomes. See here, and we can go through them together.
I can take some with me. We have a visitor.
This discussion is not over. Is there something you need?
I have a message from Lorath.
Wow. There's a name from another life. Has the old man finally come down from the mountain?
With a warning. An ancient evil walks the land. The demon, Lilith.
And you know this how? Did you and Lorath discover something of interest?
Perhaps this is all connected to what you saw, Father.
Yes, I was just getting to that. There was an incident at my estate. Probably best if we discuss it there. Go and have a look around for yourself. I'll meet you shortly, and then we can talk more. As for your request, get to Braestag. And be careful. Stay close to the other Knights Penitent.
I will. Don't worry.
We haven't spoken much in recent years, but the two of us have history. We are brothers of the Horadrim. I'm probably the closest thing to a friend he has nowadays. Forging bonds is not exactly a strength of his, as I'm sure you've noticed. It occurred just the other day, in the dead of night. I thought it was a nightmare at first, but unfortunately that is not the case. I have some things to finish up here, and then we will talk more at the estate.
Ash fell like rain, and Astaroth.
Can't you feel it? Eldheim is hallowed ground, my friend. Blessed with Anaris' holy light. Just being here is a way of lifting my spirits. You'll never meet a man with a bigger heart. Came to see about getting my son some work, and he hired the lad as a clerk, right on the spot. Don't know how I'll ever repay him, but I'll find a way.
Walk in the light.
Spare some kindness for an old soldier? Thank you, Wanderer. I was wounded in the days of Ash. I touched the demon's flame, thought I was being brave at the time. I can still feel the fire dancing across my hands, burning the skin away. Everything hurts to touch. Except coin.
Look at this. These stone tablets contain some of the earliest written works of my Druidic ancestors. All destroyed. The wildlife in the Gautmar grasslands have been stirred into a frenzy recently. They've taken to smashing or even eating our runic tablets. I don't blame the creatures, but we must preserve our history. Surely you see the value in that. Please, retrieve whatever you can. I once schooled the boy Yoren in the old ways. His mother Brega too, as she wrote her chronicles. Both of them had a deep respect for our culture. Brega inspired me to catalogue some of our more ancient artifacts. In doing so, she reminded me of how easily the past can be forgotten. Fewer than before, but we remain. So long as the forest speaks, there will be those who listen.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Welcome to Firebreak Manor, traveler.
I'm here about the incident. Donan gave me permission to look around.
Incident.
That was all he said.
I must be referring to his study. Something unsettling transpired there.
Don't do it. Don't do it! It's a random door! Why? Hypnotized, I guess. Of course she is there.
This can't be. I know who you are.
And I know you.
Shouldn't have went through the door.
Old. Tired. Each day a struggle to live up to your own legacy.
What do you want with me?
Astaroth.
He's dead.
Astaroth cannot die. Not by your hand.
Oh.
What have you done with him?
Away, demon. I deny you.
You have grown so frail. I can make you the hero you were.
Return to the darkness from whence you came. I said away!
I feel like that she has more personality as a villain than Diablo did. Ironic. Then again, nah, she has more personality.
A signal horn.
good. Not good. Fear at me.
Goatmen. They've never dared come so close to the estate before.
Perhaps they were drawn by Lilith's presence. I saw a vision of her in your study.
What do you mean, a vision?
I don't fully understand how, but it isn't the first time.
Full of surprises, aren't you? No wonder you caught Lorath's attention. Well, now you understand my predicament. A daughter of hatred in my own home. She must be furious I cast her out.
That painting on your wall, who are the others in it?
Why do you ask?
Lilith seemed to leave after seeing them.
Nafane and Arida, the druids who helped me slay Astaroth. Yes. Yes, I think you're onto something. I resisted her, so she might question them about the demon next. There are knights stationed in villages near the druids. If Lilith passed through, they must have seen her. I must see to the dead here. If I'd known they were in danger, I would have closed off the estate. Damn Lilith. She brought this on them. Of course not. Demons are arrogant creatures. She would never accept that our kind could vanquish Astaroth. What troubles me is why she's looking for him. What does she want? Astaroth was from the realm of hatred, the place Lilith once called home. Perhaps therein lies an answer. I'll have to ponder this more. They were like brother and sister to me once. But life has taken us on different paths. Arida is consumed with her task of watching over the dead. I long for a time we can meet and discuss old histories like we used to. And Nafane, well, it's a shame he's become so bitter. Lives like a recluse, deep in the woods. Refuses to meet with me.
People either praise me or curse me for that decision. There is no middle ground. Druids like Nefane think I've given away their land to the Knights Penitent. What other choice do they think I had? After the days of Ash, we needed help to rebuild and protect Scotland. The cathedral was ready and willing.
The attack on the manor has left many wounded, and our healing supplies are almost exhausted. Please, could you travel to Keregar and ask Corman the alchemist to send anything he can? And tell him to hurry. Every moment is vital.
Me too.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on, sir?
Hello, hello.
Sorry, that was low. That was a little loud. I'm trying to position my mic in a good place.
So your idea of figuring that out is yelling down your mic.
Yeah, of course. It's
you're like test. Ah!
Can hear me, right?
Oh yes.
Okay.
Loud
okay.
and clear.
Okay.
There are many lessons, prayers, and seeds of wisdom that have been passed down from Fiacla Gair himself contained within. Life is an endless lesson. There is so much left to learn.
There's so much left to learn.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, shit. Let me reset my PC.
Can you hear me?
Oh no, it's good. Okay, yeah. I accidentally unplugged the damn mic from my PC, so it kind of.
Oh. Classic moments.
That's weird. I think it's just a cable on the. I think it's just a cable on the mic. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna lower the gain from this. Okay. Do I sound too close, too far? Am I overwhelming?
You're good.
Okay, I'm good. Okay.
I believe so.
I'll stop fucking around with that. I'm sorry.
Nah, that's good. Whatever's more comfortable, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I was just catching up with Barry, with my brother. We're on the last 2 episodes. Hello, dude.
Nice. Hello, sir.
How's it going?
Not bad.
Amazing.
One cannot complain, I suppose. I
Why
mean,
not?
you can, but
Oh yeah, I was gonna say it's your American right.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought the weather was looking bad for today at first, so
How about this? I'm surviving. How about that?
Oh yeah.
That's right.
No, I mean, we can plan another day. It's all good.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, I didn't know there was an episode playing last week. I thought you guys were like doing an all-nighter for the hangout, so all good. It's all good. We are all on the same page.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, what have you been doing? What have you been talking about right out here, or are you just warming up?
We're just warming up. We're not talking about anything.
Yeah, we weren't talking about anything just yet.
I was currently in the process of breaking my mic.
Yeah, they've been having like a lot of game shows lately, like I guess presentations, and is it Sony had one and Capcom had one earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And they were talking about some things.
Yeah, you know what?
I caught the
what's funny
Capcom
is-
thing, and
Oh, yeah?
and the whatchamacallit. There's the other thingy.
I got the PlayStation. Well, I mean, I honestly
The
just got the
Ubisoft. There you
highlights.
go.
Ubisoft.
Ubisoft.
Yeah, Ubisoft was the. It was Ubisoft and Capcom that was today.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I totally forgot that it was like,
I need more
you know,
time.
not E3's season, right? Like, no. Ever
They're
since the
not-
companies
yeah.
realized that they don't need to have a middleman to present their stuff, they were like, oh, we'll just do it ourselves.
Yeah.
You can do it digitally.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Summer Games Fest and all.
Yeah, I know. You know what? That's a good rebranding for that whole thing. It's no longer E3. It's just the Summer Games Festival.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it works for us. I mean, we end up having some news about the gaming world.
True.
Although sadly, I'm not getting the news I want. No news about Armored Core or the Elden Ring DLC. Whatever.
Right.
Oh, does Namco have like its own show planned? 'Cause it could be for that.
That's a good question. Actually. Could be. Que sera.
Then watch it be like some crazy stuff like Namco starts announcing a bunch of gutter licenses going like, we got the rights for Garfield the movie, the games adaptation. And Chris Pratt's voice being imitated by some guy.
Well, supposedly they had a showcase on the.
Are we on 126 now?
We
Is
are
it
on
126?
Yeah, we are slowly getting up to number 150.
Wow.
Right. That's fine. Oh, it's the showcase for Bandai Namco on the 8th. That would be cool if we had a all-nighter podcast.
Oh boy.
Can you imagine? We'll have it for charity,
Man, we would have to figure out what we're gonna talk about too. Jeez.
We can talk all night. We can talk
Yes,
all
we're
night
on
about.
episode 126.
We could talk all night about how mid Avatar: The Way of Water is.
That's true, huh?
I just saw it. I'm not exactly disappointed. It's about what I expected. So,
Yeah, I didn't get to watch the whole thing, but I definitely saw bits of it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't get to watch the whole thing. What happened?
I was Brenda started watching it when I was asleep, so I woke up in the middle of it, and I'm like, "What's going on?
Right.
What's happening? Why did they bring back these characters?"
Oh, I know.
you know what I'm
'Cause
talking about.
Branding, I guess. Yeah.
Because they like the actors and actresses, I guess. Sure.
That's true.
They needed a reason for them to come back. They didn't expect the first Avatar to do so well, so therefore they're like, well, we gotta do something, right? Well, we need a reason to get these actors and actresses back because they were fan favorites.
Fan favorites.
Yeah.
No, there's no way they could have done. They could have just had another military.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, I know. Just put it another. Anyways, we should.
You couldn't have another personality.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. Here, we're gonna just start right now. So, boom, recording is happening now. We're at episode 126, bros. Let's go.
Let's go this app.
Yeah. So, pretty
We're
much.
talking about Avatar: The Way of Mid.
Yeah, The Way of Mid was yeah. So to be fair, I only watched like half of it, so I missed the whole beginning.
Honestly, yeah,
which
that's funny.
probably
'Cause
doesn't matter.
honestly, the beginning was my favorite part.
Oh,
Because that's
really?
when the
All right.
yeah. Because I mean, to recap, you're not getting a really big spoiler. Avatar: The Way of Water is basically has the same structure as the first Avatar, where Jake
Yeah.
Sully, it's an
Mhm.
outsider. He gets
I
introduced
felt
to a
it.
whole world. Yeah.
It was like repeat. I was all
Mhm.
some of the decision making too. I was all like, do we just ignore the fact that you have these foreign people coming in and mining your planet?
Yeah.
You're not gonna go and fight them or something, or stop them or something like that. And
You
then
know.
secondly, like
Yeah.
not even evolve. Like you have
Yeah.
you have the knowledge of modernization. Like you
Mm.
could be helping these people to defend themselves with modern weapons.
Yeah. My favorite part was actually just like the beginning when the humans arrive and they just completely. Here's the thing, like it's true what people say. Like the movie does require you to have watched the previous movie recently, not just for the knowledge of like how the avatars in Pandora works, but also just kind of emotionally because the forest that they fight so hard to defend in the beginning of the movie it just gets completely obliterated in a completely gigantic ball of fire in the first couple of minutes.
Right.
Yeah. And like,
Hmm.
it's a tremendous loss to them. I'm watching this like, man, that sucks. I have absolutely no emotional attachment to that whatsoever.
Somehow,
Right.
Home Tree got destroyed.
Yeah.
But what they probably what they probably try to do is just oh yeah, you know about history and then how America was made,
Mm-hmm.
right? Let's just
America was founded on blood.
Yeah. So therefore, like, if you know that, then it's like we'll just use that context as a way to jerk your,
Right.
emotion chain.
And what's funny is that like from my perspective, I was like, oh, that would be cool. And an alien invasion movie, but we're the alien. Because at that point, it's like, oh yeah, we will be completely, these guys
And
get
they
completely
and
obliterated,
they don't
they
even
have
approach it
absolutely
in that
no.
way too. That's actually a good
Right?
point.
I think there was a CGI
'Cause,
movie like that. There was this planet of aliens and humans were invading it. And then,
Right.
like, I think there was some kind of terraforming plot where they couldn't, if they terraformed the planet, the natives of the planet would die, but it would be inhabitable for the humans. And it was weird. It was like Planet 51 or something.
That's funny. I think that the only thing that I remember like that is an episode of Futurama. They remember when they fight those aliens that are just kind of like bouncy balls.
Oh
Yeah.
And then,
And it-
yeah, they chased them off the planet, though.
Yeah, that's true. And then in the end, you realize, that like, oh, we were invading their planet. We were the bad guys that all along. It's like, oh, well, that sucks. But yeah, I mean, like, that happens. We see the completely overwhelming force that is the, human side, and then, they go after the guerrilla warfare. That is the people of the avatars. And for some reason, like Jake Sully is like, oh no, I can't really defend these people, but they're really after me. They're not really after them. I'm just gonna fuck off. No, dude, they're still gonna kill them. What do you mean? They don't care. That would be like if Che Guevara just like left off and he was like, I'm just gonna fuck off. You guys are gonna be alright by your own, but I'm gonna be with you in the spirit.
That's
Oh,
so
they
weird.
were drilling the planet for oil, unobtainium.
Unobtainium. Love that word.
Yeah.
You can't obtain it anywhere else except for here for some
It's
reason.
a placeholder term. That's why people hate it. Yes.
Yeah.
It's not that James Cameron made it up, but the whole idea of unobtainium is that it's supposed to be a made-up mineral. You use it as a placeholder and use something more trademarkable. That was just like lazy writing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was. It's funnier because it's like he put so much emphasis as like I really wanted to create a world that you can experience and stuff like that. But what do we call the mineral that
In
chance?
this
I don't
mineral,
know.
It'll be called unobtainium.
Something
no one
mineral.
Has ever come up with that before.
Yeah.
You know,
I just what?
you know the one element that it's really well done in the movie. It's the water. Like the water is just so real that
Right. I mean, it
and my
should be
problem
because
with
the
this-
whole thing takes place.
Yeah. And I mean, my problem is that like the visuals are so good and like everything looks so real that your brain just forgets about it. Like you're no longer processing the idea like, oh wow, this is amazing animation. You're just looking at the story, and unfortunately, yeah, the story is kind of,
Yeah, kind of mid. Pretty
It doesn't
mid.
really, yeah. You know, it's the
Really
exact
mid movie.
opposite of like animation, like in the into the Spider-Verse or Across the Spider-Verse, where like the animation is just like right there in your face. You know, taking advantage of every single bit of juicy animation, just making you realize that like, oh, this the animation is like the best medium for this to exist. Like Avatar is just like completely, makes its animation just be completely seamless. And fortunately with that, it just comes the fact that like, now you just have to worry
Now you
about
have
the
to
story.
worry about the story, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's
That's interesting.
supposed to be film. The whole point is to make it, cohesive with film. It's not going to look like Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Right.
Yeah.
I see. That's a good point.
Is it like avatars? Not avatars. The Navi start looking like toons and stuff. And then they have like AI pencil shading on their face and.
Right.
You know,
I think for Roger Rabbit, that's like that's the fourth wall, though, right?
Mhm.
Because we know that they're cartoon characters, and the world itself knows it's cartoon characters too. So I guess it's acceptable in that sense. But then, I see what you mean. If they made it animate in the way that Roger Rabbit's or Spider-Verse was, even, it'd be very odd to see real life something and then it be animated.
Right.
In a style that is not realistic.
You know, now that I'm thinking in retrospect, I think that the one problem with this one that I feel like it's less impactful than the first one is that the visuals, well, everything is well done and like the anime and everything is just exquisitely animated, and there aren't any visuals that really impress you. So the visual splendor that you had from the first one, maybe it's because I watched it in my at home in my 65 inch TV, like LG TV, and instead of like a gigantic IMAX with 3D glasses, none of the visuals popped out for me. And, at no point was I completely blown away by by the images that I was looking. Instead, my eyes just looked at the beach, looked at looked at nature the way that that I would see just live action animation. Just kind of makes you wonder, well, why isn't most everything just done in live action?
I think that's just the problem with sequels, because once you've seen what the movie's all about, there's not a lot of wow factor that can go forward on the next couple of ones. Kind of like with the Matrix sequels. Like, yeah, when you see that atmosphere for the first time, you're wowed by it. But then when you see it in the sequels, you're just like, okay, yeah, what's next? You're just more fixated on the story. I think it's the same way with Pandora and Avatar. It's like, yeah, I've seen Pandora and Avatar. I was wowed by the jungles and shit. But then I see the sequel. I'm like, yeah, it's Pandora again. Okay. I mean, it's more of it, a different side of it. But it's like, yeah, I've seen this trick before. So the magic trick lost its effect. So.
True, very true. And unfortunately, like we keep saying, like we end up having the same story as the first movies. So you're just kind of watching the first Avatar, but with water this time.
Right. That's how I got the feeling from it, for the most part.
I will
just
say
like
though, I
new
can
environment.
never tire of looking at the CGI water.
Yeah, that's true. It's like I said, it's exquisitely well made in that. Like the simulation is just
The visuals is amazing.
yeah.
Hello, John. John is on the stream. Say everybody.
John,
say hello.
thank you.
Hi, Mr. Johnson.
I will say a lot of times, and a lot of times still, good CGI water makes me thirsty.
Just also go, you know, make you a wailing we will go, a wailing we will go.
Oh goodness, Futurama is coming out soon.
Oh, I miss Futurama. But yeah, you have that you know that element of like the whales that you know they sell them to you like oh they're also sentient beings like us who have their own you know they have their own culture
Whales
and they
are
have
sentient. The word you're looking for is sapient, where they have more complex thoughts.
true. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. But you know they tell you that they are you know smart intelligent creatures who have like a complex civilization like we do but you don't see that.
Yes,
Like
but you know, actually, that's what was part of my problem. I was all like, why isn't there like a kid that's curious about the technology that the humans have, right? Like, I don't see anybody having that kind of level of, you know, oh, potential, you know, evolution of intelligence in that sense for modernization and stuff like. Not saying, look, I'm not. Look, here's the thing. I'm not saying that they should go that route, but they can easily go that route in their own way. Because this really does feel like one of those like Avatar: The Way of Water feels like the kind of movie that's just like, yeah, industrialization, modernization's bad, and we're killing nature, and we're bad people. You know what I mean? Where it's like it's very villainizing of one side, which, you know, you you could say what you want, but you know, life is not that perfect. Like, there are good people on both sides of the of a fence, and they keep on bringing back that villain from the first one, and he comes back here, and it's like you're continually being an ass. Like, like
he made no sense, dude. Like, why are you pursuing this guy who's like far away? Like, your whole point is to take out the insurgency. Take out the insurgency now that it doesn't have a leader.
Yeah, and he just like is hellbent on revenge to a thing he doesn't know exactly what had happened. Because me and Brenda had the discussion where it's like he doesn't have memory of when he died. He only has memory the moment before he deployed to go and fight and die.
That's true. He can't hate Sully.
He can't hate Sully enough to like
to really want to be after him.
Yeah, exactly. Like it. And that's another thing too, because now we have a son. That one threw me for a spin. I was all like, wait, this whole time the villain from the previous movie that got killed had a son the whole time.
Right. And they just left him behind because that was what happened.
Yeah, dude, it's like exactly what you were saying before. Lazy writing. Like, it was so lazy to shove him in, and it didn't make sense because it was like, okay, I could understand if they brought in his son to humanize the villain. At no point did they humanize him, only till the very end, which also didn't make sense. Because he just all of a sudden, like, was called out on his bluff. Because, okay, so basically at the end of the movie, spoiler alert of, you know, Avatar: Way of the Water.
Go ahead, I don't care.
yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I just gotta say that out loud. Makes me feel better. I'm kidding. So
is John? You know, is John okay with us spoiling him?
I guess. I mean,
I hope so. I hope so, John,
because we're spoiling. I've already put on the tags on the thing, so it's on the stream. I usually have it spoiler as part of the tags. Anyway,
you're playing Diablo?
Okay, he's seen it.
Playing Diablo 4. Man.
Yeah.
Fuck you. That makes me want to play Diablo. That makes me want to give money to the. Oh, okay, that's good. He says he's seen it.
Yeah, he's seen it. Okay.
Okay. That makes me want to give money to another evil corporation. Which one isn't evil?
It's kind of hard to, you know. Remember we had that discussion. It's like kind of hard to be on the moral high ground. So in one way, so I'm not necessarily thinking I'm giving money to evil corporation. I'm giving money to the people and the effort that they took to make this game. And on top of that, the reviews are decent and good enough to merit me playing it. So, and it, you know, it follows kind of my aesthetic. I like this kind of games. So yeah, that's my quick review there, huh?
I mean, I heard like
anyway, so
Gollum game wasn't all that bad, for example. So it's like, yeah, I don't like the way Gollum looks, but apparently the gameplay is a lot better than people been harassing it for. So
really interesting. In what way? Because I've I've seen the reviews, like I've seen review videos, breakdowns.
I'm just going off of Oni plays here, but like I heard them compare it to Assassin's Creed. Better. Yeah.
Well, I guess then Assassin's
Creed will come into this conversation more than once.
Yeah.
It always finds a way. Yeah.
Ubisoft finds a way.
I really didn't like that. I don't really like Assassin's Creed. No offense. Like, as a whole, it's just it's the Call of Duty for Ubisoft.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I just saw the Ubisoft thing, and they was like, yeah, we're going back to, like, somebody was saying, oh, the new Assassin's Creed is gonna go back to, like, the original. I'm all like, but the game never changed. Like,
yeah.
It barely changed at all. It just added features from other games, and it's just like, I don't understand. Look, there's some of the Assassin's Creed are really good, and I haven't played it, like Black Flag or something like that, like when they went into Pirate Land.
Best pirate game.
Apparently it's like from what I'm hearing from you, Apollo, and then like a bunch of reviews and stuff, like it's really good. And I think I think the merit that it gets is mainly because it's not Assassin's Creed, it's a good pirate game. Exactly what you said, right? Like, if you were to take off Assassin's Creed, it might as well just be a pirate game, which is not. I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying it's good for them to make their own identity, right? And not just constantly just adhere to these, like, unnecessary rules. Because like Assassin's Creed kept on just like, even though it's being passed off of different studios, and each studio may have its own identity, it's just like,
welcome.
Hello, sir. Hello. We just got into a conversation about Assassin's Creed.
And Ubisoft.
And Ubisoft. We kind of actually bounced around. We were actually about to talk about how Avatar Way of Water is very mid and big giant nothing burger of a movie.
So clearly that conversation led to Ubisoft.
Right. Yeah. Right. Which is, their event today was also, I don't know, I feel like Capcom's was more nothing burger than Ubisoft. At least Ubisoft had the Star Wars thing.
Yeah.
Capcom, I didn't even realize Capcom's was today. What did they even have?
Other than Street Fighter, right?
Right.
I mean, all I've been seeing is like, we're releasing collections. We're doing the Apollo Justice collection. We're doing Capcom Town, which is just a bunch of games on emulators, but you have like this front end that looks like the small towns. Like, okay,
Apollo, you have a
collection. What do you have that's like?
Apparently. See, more Dragon's Dogma, Pragmata, Apollo Justice, Exo Primal. Ghost Trick.
Okay.
Dinosaur game.
Speaking of mid, I know that a lot of people are thinking that game is going to be mid, but I'm kind of rooting for Exo Primal just because it just looks fun and stupid.
Yeah, it's Dino Crisis and everything but name, right? Like it's.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's got a little bit of that.
It has none of the survival, none of the Resident Evil-esque feeling of Dino Crisis, though.
Yeah, no, it's just
that team shooter aesthetic.
Yeah, it's just got that whole team shooter.
Well, I mean,
capacity can be fun.
Would that change? Did you see that it has a season pass? Does that change your point of view? I know. Yeah, I know. I love D's. I love D's laugh on that. It's so funny.
Of course.
So well timed there, because it really is.
Man, Capcom really had nothing here.
Such a joke.
Ubisoft actually did outdo Capcom with this one, but they didn't have anything.
And then, I know.
This one I want to be rooting with what I think is the little guy.
So
the little guy turns out to be a fucking dick too.
Not that Ubisoft had much either.
Yeah, that's true.
man.
Okay.
Yeah,
Should we
no,
go
yeah,
over
go
the
be soft.
topics a little bit so that we can,
You'll get that over with,
yeah.
I suppose.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
could.
exactly. All right.
Do
You're
we
the
want
master
to
of
talk
ceremony.
about? Do we want to talk about Spider-Verse?
Yeah, we can. I mean,
Yeah,
I
we
did
can
feel
talk
that
about
way with my brother.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
weeks ago.
Got it. So Flash doesn't come out also till the end of the week, anyways. If we could just say, hey, if you don't want to watch it because of Ezra Miller, totally fine, makes sense. Because
Well, I
Ezra's
don't want to
been-
watch it because it's gonna suck. But
Yeah.
the
It's
Ezra Miller thing,
it's probably gonna
whatever.
suck.
I
It's
don't-
probably gonna
I've-
suck. Yeah.
I'll watch it
heard good things
eventually
about
just for Keaton, but I'm not gonna pay
Sure,
for that.
sure.
I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, we've
About
heard
the
some
Flash.
7 out, as in a 7 out of 10 kind of good.
Yeah.
I've heard more about 8 out of 10-ish.
Okay.
I
I've been
don't
hearing
know
the
if I
7
believe
out
that,
of 10.
but yeah.
I've been
We'll
hearing
see.
that one. I've been hearing it has flaws, but it has endearing nature to the main character, and manages to
I wonder how it's
still
gonna work
keep
with
it.
because they're doing the Flashpoint thing, but they still
lot
have
of different
Aquaman 2 coming out after it. Like I think Aquaman 2 is the last one before the reset. So
Probably.
I don't know
yeah.
how that's gonna work. Like after the Flashpoint.
Apparently,
Really
is
getting on
Aquaman staying in the universe? I don't even know how that works.
Well, it's rumors that Momoa's gonna still be in there, but we don't know for sure.
Got it. Okay. Well, anyway, so yeah, we don't have anything about Flash. So, oh shit. And then all right, and then there's the Apple Vision. Apple Vision.
Yeah, it's
right.
China, right? Hey, you guys want to go half-cents on $3,500?
I mean, you're just paying for an Oculus with Apple's name on it. That's how I'm seeing it. It's a headset with hardware in it, just like the Oculus Quest.
Right.
And it's more high-end than the Oculus Quest. I'll cop to that. But at the same time, it's like you're mostly paying for the hardware rather than the headset.
Why is people? I don't.
Oh, I mean,
I don't
look,
get why is people so hung up on doing VR? Like it's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it
I'm
hasn't
guessing
been
is
that
VR.
popular.
Most of it might be because of the virtual meeting spaces. They want to sell that whole aspect of this is better than Zoom. I get to meet your avatar, and your avatar is just a bland cartoon version of you with no pants.
Well, I mean, the Zoom thing is a good point. I mean, I was gonna say I think that like all these things take such a long time to develop. I imagine that they started developing it when VR had more potential in the current market, and people were like, oh, all this stuff hasn't come out yet. Like, we can have competition, and then eventually it was lockdown ended, people started going out, no one really, anyone who was going into VR for that specific Zoom meeting stuff, it ended, and they were like, we've already spent too much money on this thing, we got to just get it out. We can't just we can't just sit on this any longer. So that would be my guess.
Right,
because,
right. So you're talking about the whole quarantine bubble, right?
Yeah.
So because
that's when a lot of VR stuff ended up sort of blowing up.
Makes sense now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because so let me give you the perspective on what happened with the quarantine. So obviously everybody understands that quarantine was happening, COVID and all that stuff, and everybody was locked into their houses, so therefore they're watching and doing things from their house. So and it inflated numbers for streamers, right? Streamers was a big deal. They're blowing up like nuts, and the whole esports scene was making money off of that too, and that was blowing up, and they were just trying to do infrastructure so that they can actually have tournaments run from your home, and there's a lot of that stuff, and people, and just based on the pure numbers, it was it seemed the trend that it was going to continue, and they didn't realize that once quarantine and people are getting vaccinated and the acclimation is being pulled out from that, that now the numbers are lowering down, and everybody had already over-invested in, and we had this discussion about, I think last week or one of the podcasts where I was talking about esports and how I was looking into that and how insanely expensive it is to have an esports team and to pay the salaries. and that all the esports orgs are just dying from how much money they're hemorrhaging, and they have to shift from a esports focused organization to more content creation, right? And even then, content creation is like not nearly as crazy as it was before, because the streamers were making buku bucks before, but now it's kind of leveled off, and it's not extreme. I'm not saying they're broke or anything. Like, it's not boohoo on them. They're doing fine. And then it links to what you're saying, because there's a lot of that makes sense. That a lot of people were using VR as a way to kind of socialize, and then. And then maybe just the marketing team is just like they're having blinders on, they're over focused on the numbers, that hey, the numbers dictated that, but that has nothing to do with the nature of what's actually happening.
Well, in the case of Apple, they're probably not that blind to that side, because they have definitely pivoted away from the idea of VR, and they're marketing this thing as a more of an AR type of tool, where you're actually just looking outside of the at the world, and you have like you have your HUD that you can manipulate, with gestures and with your eyes. So
they're doing a Google Glasses type of thing.
That justifies it even less. It's like not even VR. It's only AR.
Yeah.
Like, and it's that insanely expensive.
It's dual.
Oh, it's both. Okay.
Yeah,
it's mostly. You're saying it's mostly like focused on AR.
They're focusing more on having that HUD interactivity just be absolutely perfect, and that's the only reason why I put that there. Like, Apple, it's completely uninteresting to me, and they're completely overpriced. But the one thing you can't deny about them is that, like, for as overpriced as they are, their quality is good, and like the quality that they're putting with this, and the quality of the hardware for this thing, it's absolutely insane. Like,
spec wise,
spec wise, like, it has all this like 8 different sensors in the front and the back. It can track, it can track your eye movement with like several different levels of like infrareds and ocular levels. Like, the people who have actually tried it say that the way that you actually manipulate things with your hands by the way it tracks is just absolutely on point, and that's absolutely perfect. And that's something that even the best VR at this point can do, even with with controllers. They approximate it pretty well, but in the case of Apple, the fact they seemingly have perfected it at a huge cost, of course.
Meta actually does have hand tracking in it. Like, the Meta Quest does support hand tracking.
Yeah, I'm sure, but not at the level of Apple. Like, I hate giving praise to I hate giving them praise. But I had to give them, credit where it's due.
I appreciate your keeping your objective opinion.
I mean, PSVR 2 has eye tracking and stuff. You're just saying, like, they've done it the best, which makes sense with all the money they put into it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, have we seen any, like, of the... I assume they're coming out with games for the VR stuff? Have we seen any of that stuff?
Or whatever software they are? It could be not games, right? Like, it could be...
Yeah. Like, a lot of the experience, a lot of the experience that they're pointing on is, like, for example, every eye has higher than 4K resolution. So when you're in your own virtual space, if you say want to watch a movie, you can just put it in a giant display, in a virtual giant display. That's the thing. Like, for the Mac environment for gaming, it's practically non-existent, other than the mobile hardware.
Yeah.
So, it's
But I mean, that everything you're saying is like an argument against it.
Oh,
like, where it's just like, and I know what you mean, but it's just like anyone looking at this is like, okay, what am I getting for the 3,500? And it's like, well, you can watch a movie. It's like, well, I can already do that. Like, why would I pay like all this money
a
to
normal person, right? Like an average Joe.
I mean, I can see like tech collectors being into this. I can see that, but like for most people,
I can see it even for movie production stuff. Imagine going through you know how like they're using VR as not VR, but like UDK to make movie sets now. Like, imagine you're actually just a director and you're using the VR to kind of like move things around, stuff
Oh,
like that.
right,
But that's so
I mean, maybe.
specialized.
But I mean, maybe they are counting on that niche audience, right? Because
That's
you
true,
have
that
to,
could be,
you
yeah.
only have to sell fewer units because it's at such a high price point to make the same amount that these lower end
That's a good point.
VR units would have to make. So maybe they're counting on it.
Yeah,
I hope so, because that actually, like, I saw the one
mean,
thing that
at
I
that
want to get a
price-
VR headset is the 3D sculpting. When I see people doing
Yeah.
3D animation and 3D sculpting on them, I'm like, fuck, that's so fun looking. Like, that looks so good. Because, you know, there's this, it seems so much easier just to have the thing in front of you, and to animate it just like with literally your hands. But
I mean,
anyways,
at that price
yeah,
point,
I
they
don't know.
can't be at that price point. They can't be expecting the normal, average
I
Joe
know.
to they have to be like.
The normal average Joe doesn't even buy normal VR sets. So
Yeah.
like,
Right.
this one is like, I can't imagine their expectations are like, we're gonna sell, millions of units. Like that's just not gonna happen.
Yeah,
I
it's
think-
it's gonna be
yeah.
exclusively like a rich people's, toy.
Yeah, for
There's
sure.
no
Their new Apple Lisa, that's what I think.
the
I
what?
think it had a lot of potential at the time it was released, but really did not break through the market all that much.
Can you imagine if if Apple can't make VR happen? I don't think anybody can.
Yeah.
I mean,
At
that's
this rate.
just what it is.
Yeah.
VR is just more of a novelty, and I want to have a headset so bad,
Mm-hmm.
but I just can't imagine it being a household thing because
Yeah.
not a lot of people can use it, and there's a minimum you have to be able to use it. Like
Yeah.
video games, if you have like someone, if you have a 2 or 5-year-old, they'll probably know how to use the controller if you give them enough time with it. But if you have VR, you're like, sorry, you can't use this. You're not 7 yet. Your eyes need to develop more. That's heartbreaking to tell a child.
I mean,
So-
yeah. Also, we've spent $3,500 on this. You're not touching it. Like it's, we're not making this thing.
We don't want peanut butter on this headset.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michaela, you're going to spill jam on this. We know we can't trust you with the sippy cup. You're too dangerous.
Before you know it, they're diving into their, they're going into like a diving simulator, and they just use their, bathtub as, for more immersion.
Oh God.
Well, you know that kids would do stupid stuff like
Stupid
that.
things,
I would
yeah.
imagine adults doing stupid stuff like that.
Right.
Yeah.
You know that was somebody's gonna be in the bathtub with that VR trying to play some fucking stupid thing.
Mm-hmm. I know, right?
You know they're doing it for porn, right? It's just
Ugh.
let's just
Oh,
put
yeah.
it simple.
You
like
know-
that's the market there.
I mean, it's not that I'm not a prude. I'm also not exactly a connoisseur of like orgies on Pornhub. But at the same time, the moment that somebody said, I had never actually thought of like VR porn until somebody said it. Like that's how much
it never right. You never
It
like
never crossed my
that's
mind.
not the right that can be a thing. Yeah.
And I think it's just the fact that I just think of it in terms of video games, and I just separate those worlds, porn and video games. But I guess some
Right.
people just like the whole,
Because I'm
continuity
thinking,
of their
I'm thinking the only kind of place that would accept and have the culture to want virtual reality is fucking Japan. And what is Japan highly known for? You know what I mean? So that's how my brain worked and went the course to come to conclusion. Oh yeah, porn. Because like,
I mean, my brain just went to like VR chat where people can be their favorite avatars in 3D.
Right.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those rules. Like Rule 34, if it exists, there's hentai of it. There's, I guess, another rule. If it exists, someone will find a way to fuck it.
There's definitely some social chat rooms that also have very adult themes. So.
But are there like virtual spaces where you can meet your favorite virtual tuber and be like, oh yeah, I liked it when you did this thing and said this funny thing in broken English and it made me very tingly inside.
Oh my god, they're actually using ChatGPT stuff for that kind of thing. There was one. Apparently, there was one OF person who was doing that, who like was basically just like
they have like
delegating.
their own ChatGPT thing made with their thoughts and I guess predictive script based on
Yeah.
how they would interact with their users, and they
Fucking-
actually got paid to like rent out those sessions.
Fucking genius.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really smart. It's like just automated. Even
Yeah.
automate that. Amazing.
Fuck, I don't need to talk to those nerds. I can just have a machine do it for me. They're still
Yeah.
gonna give me money.
I mean, you could do like AI generated voice too for like those deep fake sessions. So like those sessions where Obama's playing Xbox with the other presidents and shit.
Yeah, those are pretty funny.
You're right. I remember seeing that. That was pretty funny.
Jeez, so our world. What is real? How do you define real anymore?
I mean, you can still see the seams in these virtual things, so it's not like they're completely human-like, but the approximation is still unsettling depending on who you are.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is like how much people want to buy into that illusion, right? Like it's not so much about that you can see the seams, it's about how much people just ignore the seams,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean that's just a very human thing. Like we tend to like anthropomorphize everything. Like you look at your phone doesn't work and you're like, why is this stupid thing doing this to me personally? I'm taking it. You tend to like assign feelings and emotions and and wills to like to things. It's like this fucking keys they're hiding from me. I'm gonna do something.
That's a completely understandable thing to do. Kind of like when most men name their things after women, and it's usually
Their
they name
boats
them
and
after
such.
women.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Their car. Yeah.
Like they name their car, and I always think they do that just because it gives them a standard to treat something better than themselves.
Mm.
Or women.
Or I was actually gonna say yes.
It really depends because some guys do take care
Control.
of their things really well.
Sure.
There are some people who break like a computer every week and shit, or break a TV every week. We those people shouldn't name their things. That's
I feel like though like as much as that could come from the misogynist end of just like you're naming it because
I
now
don't
it's
see it
an
that
actual
way at all, honestly.
right like
I don't.
Yeah,
But,
I can see I can
do.
see both directions though, but for the most part, from what I can tell from people that like to name something, it's more like they're caring more for it.
Yeah.
They're willing
Right.
to...
It's a prized possession.
Yeah, exactly. So it's actually
I mean, it's
they're
bad luck
treating
to
it better.
send a boat out to sea without naming it. So I mean, there's also that dimension too.
Yeah, the cultural element to it, or tradition.
Traditions.
Traditions.
That's a good point.
But
But
I mean, we were
when it
talking
comes to
about
the VR,
VR, right?
specifically the Vision Pro, I just don't see. I'm not gonna be the first one, buying it. I'm very impressed with the technology, but I also just don't see it happening. Like I can only see like the most fervent of of Apple consumers, unless they're pretty wealthy. I don't see them actually forming gigantic queues to to buy this stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, if they can buy them the same way they can buy iPhones, I wouldn't worry. They
That's a good
finance them, put them on some kind of plan.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not a mobile device and it's not necessarily tied to mobile, but if the Apple Store can make it work that way, then they'll make it work.
Right.
Yeah, but the other concession is that how many people how comfortable are people be with seeing just people with goggles? You're asking them to strap a thing to their face that it's comfortable for a while until you start wearing it for a long time, and B, it only has a battery life of 2 hours, so it's not like your phone. You're not gonna be carrying it around everywhere.
Right. That's true.
It really depends on how their marketing team decide to create buzz for it. Because if there's one thing Apple marketing does know how to do, it's to make people feel a need for something they probably wouldn't use.
True.
Sure.
Yeah. I feel like Japan probably there would be definitely some people in Japan that would love using that, just because that they are not some places are so isolated, or they're in a situation where they're not capable of like communicating to other people. So because they're mobile, because it's like they're the salaryman like mentality. Like you can't like spend the time to go out as much, and you're likely in enclosed like tinier buildings, depending on your like home life, because because it's so dense there. Like most of the city's housing is just so fucking small. Like, your room is probably the size of their entire living room or their entire home. So I imagine having a VR set might be useful just to kind of keep you from going insane, which is why the mobile market there is so fucking insane.
That's true.
But that's such a specific place. Like, it's not like that everywhere.
Right.
For sure.
Yeah, it's just again, it's a thing where like VR tends to demand a lot of nobody wants to really strap something to their face. It's it's not as easy to carry as something in your pocket. So it'll be a matter as to a time and place for like most people to actually
right
have. I mean, again, it's not even going to be most people at that 3,500 price. We're talking about just like very small case uses for.
I mean, yeah, people are bitching about PSVR being $550, and it's like, oh yeah, tack on 3,000 to that. Like, it's just, it's just so unreasonable. But again, I mean, like maybe they've anticipated this specific niche audience, and but I would say if you do want one of these things, I would say wait 6 months. And there'll probably be a gigantic price cut.
They'll probably launch another second generation has more plastic on it than this one, because the new, again, the stuff with Apple, they make their stuff with like really premium stuff, and this one has like a whole bunch of aluminum everywhere, which is light, but on your face it's going to weighs it down.
Yeah. 2 hours, man.
2 hours battery life. Yep. It's completely untethered, but there's like it's completely untethered except for like a battery pack that you connect on one side, so you would be carrying it around in your pocket, I guess.
Interesting.
Yeah. Again, it's the kind of thing where like you couldn't really use it with like a hard.
So you can't hardwire it? Like, you just can't have it plugged in and you're just using it perpetually?
It depends on what cables they include with it.
Right.
That's
okay,
a problem.
So
Some proprietary bullshit. Yeah.
Right. That's odd.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, so yeah, Avatar, surprisingly,
the Way of Mid.
The Way of Mid. Yep. They brought back the main villain from the last one for some reason, and Sigourney Weaver is back, but not also back, sort of back. She plays the voice.
Yeah.
Actually, so she plays and then coincidentally the daughter of her character.
You've seen it, right, Apollo?
What, Avatar 2?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Oh, okay. Do you mind spoilers?
I haven't seen it.
Probably
for a
not.
reason.
Yeah, probably.
I don't care.
We're just doing the courtesy of asking.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've never expressed any interest in Avatar.
Right.
I'm not gonna start now.
Remember how Sigourney Weaver? If you remember the first one, remember that Sigourney Weaver had her avatar, right?
Yeah.
Well, her avatar apparently gets pregnant, and the second one, and gives birth to herself, or a version of herself. Which, I wish they explained that a little bit more, because I know that if I didn't know better, if I didn't know that they were going for the whole virginal birth type of thing, it would really demand a lot of questions. Why a comatose body of someone just ended up being pregnant in there?
Right.
And all the other answers are not good.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was such an excuse to just bring her back.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Her
I know, but
character
it's-
wasn't even that, like, it wasn't like she was parting the fucking sea or anything, you know? She wasn't doing anything profound other than commanding animals. She has basically Aquaman's abilities.
Right.
That's essentially how she works. Oh, yeah, it's funny.
And you know, it's funny because there are some things that like you keep being reminded of, like, oh yeah, this world is a little odd. Like, their USB genitals.
Yeah, USB genitals.
It's like, I mean, you connect your stuff with like animals, but you also have sex with that. It's like, ugh.
Right.
Yeah, yeah. I think they needed to explain that better, because let's be honest, like, we all came to the conclusion that they're the genitals, but it's only because the movie never shows the genitals. For all we know, they really do have genitals, and the other tail thing is just more of a sensory thing for, like, merging minds and stuff like that. But I don't know the lore. I'm not an Avatar enthusiast, so I wouldn't really know if there's like an explanation of this.
I mean, I just always thought the movie was just a metaphor for saying this nature is technology as well, because the tree is fiber optic and shit.
Yeah. I wish they would actually lean into that, actually. Because there was a lot of moments in that movie where I was like, why is it that no one in the Na'vi nation is, like, curious enough about human technology and then start discovering, like, how to explain the nature of them as an organism in this world.
But complicate their message, and they can't make it look like, the humans are the bad.
Right. And then Sigourney Weaver's character could have easily been that vehicle for that. Like, her child could have been something where, like, because you can access and tap into your mother, I guess you could call her, because of the tree and all that stuff, and her mind and memories are all there. Maybe you can download her memories in that sense, right? And then gain knowledge of, like, science, and how does that apply to you as a Na'vi, and, like, maybe you have a better understanding of the science because now you're taking her knowledge and just, like, putting in your head, and then you make the tribe more powerful because you've shown them, like, maybe how to use technology, or their technology and human technology in a profound way to defeat their enemies. But no, we're just gonna stick with the whole, like, they're Indians narrative, and they're gonna just and this is about nature versus industrial.
It's even in their name, Na'vi. It's kind of a short for native.
Yeah.
Clever.
Yeah.
It would have been interesting to see if it, in an alternate universe, if James Cameron had made the Avatar movies, like, back when he was good, like in the 80s and the 90s. Like, because they probably would have had that hefty, like, thought to them, right? That, like, that, his movies like Aliens and Terminator and all those, like, classic movies had. That would have been very interesting to see that.
That being said, let's give him credit too, because while this, I thought it was really mid. I have no interest in this world whatsoever.
Yeah, the story is pretty meh.
It's apparently like the third, fourth most profitable movie in the world. It's like, yeah, I'm with you. Totally average to me. Cameron is past. He's like, it's, in my opinion, past his prime, but not according to the market.
No, for sure. Everything he makes is like, is always a giant hit. So kudos to him, I guess, for that. I guess, like, I don't know. Yeah. People just like James Cameron shit, which is understandable. I do too, but I don't.
The visuals is what's carrying the entire movie. So
sure.
Like,
that's.
And we were previously talking about how the visuals are so seamless and good that we can't help but nitpick the story because the visuals are just so seamless. It's just ironic that the very thing that's the boon is causing us to, like, you know, see it in this way.
It looks exactly like live action. So at no point, you know, am I, you know, blown away by the visuals anymore, because it's just, you know, it just looks like live action, which it's great for the, you know, for the visuals of the stuff. But at the same time, I also didn't get any visuals that blew my mind. Like, there were definitely some really pretty scenes in the first one, and there were no points in this at this point where I was like, oh wow, that's really impressive. Except maybe, and just to give you a lowdown on the movie, you know, the humans are back, and they, you know, destroyed, you know, the forest that the Na'vi, you know, fought so hard to defend in the first movie. So the Sully leaves the Resistance because he thinks, oh, you know, they're not really after the Resistance, they're after me, because that's exactly how that works in the real world. So he goes and fucks off and you know, lives with the people in the water. So we have basically another, you know, version of the first movie in which Sully is again
an outsider,
a fish out of water. Yeah,
but this time,
but
this time his whole family is with him. He has like what, 3-4 kids actually now?
2 kids. Oh yeah,
well, the fourth one is, you know, technically, I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah,
the fourth one is the Sigourney Weaver, you know, version. Bullshit.
daughter Cell, I guess. And also, I guess they considered the boy, the, you know, general's son.
Oh god, yeah. And so you didn't. Yes, so we already talked about this. So the villain from the previous movie is back.
In an Avatar body. In a Na'vi body.
Yeah. So
I love the fact that, you know, we already went through this, but Dia's still laughing about it.
yeah.
Because it just sounds really stupid.
Yeah, so what he did before he died is that he downloaded his consciousness into, I'm guessing, a hard drive, or no, wait, into a Na'vi body, which I guess he happened to have a spare Na'vi body laying around, with his genetic code, I guess. And he downloaded in there, left a recording before he went off to go get killed by Sully and stuff. Say, you know, and him spilling the beans of what's going on. And yeah, and then, so yeah, that's another excuse to bring back a villain, for reasons. And then, what we were previously talking about too was that, unbeknownst to us, that it turns out that, villain who was very, you know, one-dimensional, and, you know, he's just evil guy, right? It's like, just evil guy, hell-bent on his things. Like, one-track mind, fine. I'm okay with, like, one-dimensional characters. And in this one, he has a son now. And it turns out he had a son the whole time. And we only find out about this because apparently the son, I guess, is, like, in cryostasis? I don't know. I don't know. I don't...
As, you know, as corporate people want to do, they leave, you know, the important people behind.
Right, and so
instead of like being the first ones they save.
So the villain's son, in the absence of his father, had been growing up in the, I guess you could say, the reserve, or like that same like human outpost, and he grew up there, seemingly abandoned because his father is gone, and I guess he can't go back home because of reasons. Again, I don't know. And
I mean, there's no way to go back, right? Like, I mean,
is there? I don't know. You saw the whole movie. I actually was not. I woke up in the middle of the movie because Brenda went and saw the movie. Was like, I happened to be asleep and knocked out because I was trying to battle my throat, like cough in my throat thing. And then she turned on. She just like, oh, you know, she just turned on that, and I woke up in the middle of the movie, and she had to explain what was going on. So I don't actually know the context of, like, fully the context why the kid couldn't be just brought back home. So I guess he just, like, lived there now. But then because he lived there, he got to know the Na'vi so well that he's practically an outsider jungle boy. Like, he even though he's human, they accept him as, you know, one of, I guess, sort of one of his people. And then this is, like, their vehicle. I'm putting air quotes here. Vehicle to give the more dimension to the villain, and give a reason for the plot to move forward, because that kid is being used by the villain to chase after Sully, and causing all this strafe, right? And of course, and this is where we got to right as Apollo came in. The end of the movie, and I'm talking about the merits of the villain being so one-dimensional and suddenly not being one-dimensional, and there's just no earning of it, because at the end of the movie, he's about to kill Sully's kid, right? He has the knife right at the throat, and this is after the villain, again, I don't even remember his name. The villain had already killed their eldest son. So Sully's already down a kid, and the love interest, the wife or whatever you want to call her, was it Zeldana? Is that
Zoe Saldana's character?
Yeah, her character is just on pure, animalistic rage mode, right? Like she's a mother that lost her eldest, and she's just going on, she's going fucking crazy, right? She's killing everybody. So when he has her other kid in his hand, she grabs his son and essentially is threatening the same thing. And then he, as per his character, which very much aligns with how he was in the first movie to now, kind of makes a bluff. Okay, at the time, we're just convinced that he's just like a douchebag, right? He's just an asshole. That he just straight up says, "Oh, I don't care about my that's not my son." Like, she's like holding a knife to him, cutting like the poor kid's chest as a sign of like, "I'm serious. I'm gonna kill your son." He says, "Oh, yeah, we're not. What are you talking about? He's not my son. We're not even the same species." Because remember, he's now a Na'vi. Yeah, right. And he says that, and we're like expecting like, oh shit, like something's gonna happen. Either she's gonna do the wrong thing and she's gonna kill, that poor kid who really is just being used between the two sides, and essentially grew up as one of her kids too, because they were the ones taking care of him, ironically. But then, when she, cuts him to show that she's willing to kill him, Mr. Villain guy says, "Okay, never mind, like, let's go." And I was like, what? Like, there was no indication in the entire movie that he built any sort of relationship or had any remorse for, like, dying and leaving his son to fend off on his own. Right? There's just no conversation had happened, at least from what Brenda's telling me. And hey, Carlos, you saw the whole movie, so you can tell me, did he have the conversation? Like, did he even seem like he was remorseful? Because as far as I could tell from the movie, he was still hellbound on revenge for whatever reason, which is also doesn't align, because he doesn't actually have the memories of him dying. He just has a video.
Fair, okay.
Go on.
That's not exactly a bonding element to him, but there's a moment of like respect when the kid is getting a forcefully, when they're basically kind of torturing him to get a confession out of him, and he's not giving in. He tries like the whole, let me talk to him, I can get him to understand him, to understand me, and they don't really bond, but more like, they kind of have this he kind of, has this mutual respect. At no point does he feel like, like he's really, bonding with his kid or something. But they always hint at the fact that he has, a bit of a weakness for the boy. Like, I guess in reality, we don't really know how much, how much
of a weakness it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
And
because
he knows
again,
that's his son. Like, at a certain point, right? Like that was revealed to him easily.
Yeah, but again, it's the kind of thing where, like, I mean, he himself, thinks himself that he's not really the, villain from the first movie. He's just he's just a person who has all the memories. Right? Yeah, exactly. So there is a little bit of that mutual respect that they kind of hint at. So you kind of buy but you know, not really.
And they kind of buy it, kind of not. It's
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
confusing the warrior's mutual respect and the fact that he could tough out being tortured versus any sort of remorseful idea that he is the reason why he left his son behind. Like
Yeah,
any sort
yeah.
of like parental like most parents are like, I need to do whatever I can to protect my kin, and if I fail, I hurt myself with the second arrow up to my heart that I failed, right? Because I
Right.
but that's usually the conversation, but I never got that from him. Like he had there was like literally like no reason for him
I mean, to me it was weird that the kid was at all like showing. So there's a moment where like the the army is so stupid in this in this
Oh,
stupid
yeah.
movie. So
They had
you
all
know,
the good weapons and all the good stuff, and they still somehow.
like, okay, so you know, Sully
Uh.
fucks off, you know, with his family to the people of the Way of Water because he's like, oh, you know, you guys are, you know, the rest of the tribe is not safe with me here. They want me. They don't want the rest of the tribe. Which, first of all, no, they don't want you. You know, they want the rest of the, you know, the insurgency. That would be like,
Right. That was
that
the
would
goal.
be like, yeah, that would be like if you know the president of like, you know, Ukraine, Zelensky, just left, you know, to the United States, and Putin just left the war to go on him instead. It's like, no, that's not the way it works.
Yeah.
So
his
so-
logic was very, very bad.
Yeah. So at some point he leaves specifically because the soldiers like almost managed to capture all of his kids, but they do capture that, you know, Spider kid. I'm sorry, his name is Spider.
His name is Spider.
in the
Yeah.
movie. So they do capture that kid.
Still don't
and
understand why he's called Spider. Why is he called Spider?
you know, I have no idea. Like, he's like a spider monkey, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Got
yeah.
it.
So yeah,
They have
that-
spider monkeys. They apparently on that planet they have spider monkeys.
Maybe so. I don't
Maybe.
know.
Of course.
But you know, I don't understand why, you know, if you really want to get at the insurgency, just free the kid, put a tracker on him, you know, let him go back to, you know, to his people, and then
Right.
catch them all.
Right.
You don't need to convince him of anything.
Right. Like,
But
why
no,
do we have to? Yeah, I see. That's another. I mean,
Like,
that's
the
the
army's so
thing. Like,
stupid, like,
if
they
that-
come
if-
in with like overwhelming force. Like, you should see the very first couple of minutes were my favorite parts because they show like the humans just completely racing the, you know, the forest in a fireball, like they're, you know, the aliens from, you know, from ID4. And I kind of like the perspective, like, oh, you know, an alien invasion movie, but we're the aliens. That's pretty cool to me. But no, the movie just doesn't follow.
Yeah,
that.
that premise sounds amazing, but I wish that was the rest of the movie, that we treated the humans like they're an alien force,
Mhm.
like because then we can treat the idea that the Na'vi can maybe either one revere them as some sort of evil force like a god, right, or
Yeah.
two, it just goes into another spectrum of like, you know, you have somebody that has the knowledge of the human technology. Why don't we use that as our advantage? Which, you know, led to my whole speech about, you know.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Sully is right. Apparently, they're, you know, the humans are more interested in this one soul, you know, fucking guy and his family than on the insurgency that's, you know, that's destroying their bridges and their infrastructure. It makes no fucking sense. But in that moment, the kid is kind of showing them the ways of the avatars. Like, you know, they kind of shows them how to like pilot their, you know, their wyvern dragon things, and kind of how they think and where they could have been. Wait, how is it that they find out where they are to begin with? Well, they get spotted by some, you know, fishermen. Never mind. So in that moment, the kid and the, you know, there is it's not exactly bonding, but there is definitely that camaraderie that they have at the between, you know, the bad guy and his son throughout the thing. You know, it's not exactly that kind, you know, exactly bonding, but it is a kind of camaraderie that they have with each other. I just don't understand why the Spider Kid would use it to begin with.
Pretty
Like,
sure
you
that
couldn't you couldn't
they're
convince
imagining
me
that it's enough to give him reasons to keep to make that bluff at the end of the movie.
Yeah,
and not go
But-
with the killing.
Yeah, but I was just saying that, like, to me, like, you couldn't convince me to like show my enemies how to, like, capture, capture my family. I can understand why this game would do so too, but different people, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah. Well, they need the plot to move forward somehow.
True.
They couldn't possibly make it so that the one of the characters killed the spider kid, and then now you really have a reason to have him chased down Sully for the rest of his fucking life.
True.
Like, honestly, that would have been... I mean, not that I want to see a kid die. I don't want to see a kid die. I'm just saying, like...
he's like 18. He'll be fine. I mean, he'll be dead, but still.
Just, like, it would put more of a, like, ooh, people are... both sides are doing something terrible.
Yeah.
But...
and I like... I like the perspective because, insurgencies, they do, fucked up shit because they have to.
Right.
It's the only way in which you can, defend yourself.
They're put into the situation, and there's really seeing no other recourse. Yeah. They can't just talk it out. It's not a talk out situation.
A real life example that I know of. I mean, the civil war in El Salvador. The insurgency actually did. They did kidnap a boy. From one of the was probably like an important politician or something, and you can bet your ass that that they were trying to trade him for guns and stuff, and it is the kind of thing that like it's a double-edged sword to do that because the insurgents can do that stuff, but because you did something like that, the people who are in power, the people who are trying to just completely commit genocide on your own people. They're going to use that as propaganda against you. And when I talk to my family, that's exactly what they say. Like, they completely ignore the death squads that El Salvador itself had against its own people. And they're more focused on the fact that, like, they, kidnapped this one kid, so they're both.
So therefore they're the bad guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically painting the picture, on one side, which,
propaganda.
I feel like that Avatar here does not do a good job of making anybody seem like it's very obvious who's the good guy and who's the bad guy. There's no potential like debate or taking on human like interaction as like.
Look, Cameron was under the gun, okay? He only had 13 years to write it. That's not a lot of time, okay?
Oh man! So there's gonna be 5 movies, by the way.
Jesus Christ!
There sure are. He's gonna be making these until he's dead.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all we're getting from James Cameron. Fucking strap in.
Yep. It's crazy,
Here's what's gonna happen for part 3. The crazy military guy is going to survive as an AI.
I'm sure.
It's so funny how
they're gonna do a fucking was it Mr. Smith from Matrix? He's like the other side to the puzzle. He's just like he's gonna invade the tree thing and then like infect the world through his mind or some shit.
It's gonna be like a whole army of Navis, but they're all gonna look like him.
They're all gonna look like him.
He's going to have a bunch of nanobots with his hive mind, and he's going to turn into Techno-Goop and pollutes the Navi.
Again, this is all what will absolutely happen.
I can totally see him just like taking off his glasses, like Mr. Sullivan, welcome back.
They really already kind of did it with Sigourney Weaver's character. So what happens is that the virgin daughter, Sigourney Weaver daughter, a Navi version, right? She ends up connecting herself to the tree, and then is it the tree or like something? Well, similar to the tree, whatever. What does it matter? Their network. They're the Navi network, right? And because we all know that Sigourney Weaver's character died in the last one, and they had the tree connect with her, even though she has no way of doing that.
I guess they're not connected to the cloud. She's connected to the root.
Yeah, sure.
I'm sorry.
So she actually gets to see Sigourney Weaver, and I don't even know what we benefited from that interaction. Like, what did we find out?
Sigourney Weaver was pretty tall. That's the only thing I remember. I was like, oh shit, she's just as tall as the daughter, and they're
No,
supposed
like,
to be like 7 feet tall.
Did we learn why she existed? Like, why she was grown from it?
She was telling her that she can feel the connection with the the rest of the planet network, I think. Or is that I honestly
Okay,
can't
well, how's that any different from anybody else then?
I don't know. Because she can manipulate it more. She's more in tune.
Yeah, I mean that's the
She's
thing. That was so
she's a
confusing.
white savior, of course. She's gonna do better.
Yeah,
than
that's
all the
true.
other avatars.
Yeah, that's true. That really did. That really did come off that way, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Which
the
was
first one came
pretty
out that way,
stupid
too.
too, because like she didn't actually do anything. She just has powers like Aquaman in the lame way, where she just
She
commands...
used an anemone. Hey man, she used one anemone. Okay.
She uses the power of the sea creatures to go find her family that's trapped inside a sub. Well, it's not a sub. It's a boat being sinking. So they're all in their little pockets and they can't get out. They don't know what direction to go. And that's really what she did. That's it. The entire movie. She didn't do any part in the sea type of shit. She didn't, like, defeat the main villain by connecting his brain to hers and then having him build, sad remorse or something. I don't know. Like, it could have been anything. The power of love could have been better than what we got.
You know what's funny? She's still more interesting than the main character. Do you even remember the name of the main character?
Yeah. What, Sully? You mean
there
Sully?
you are. Yeah, you remember.
That's the only name I remember.
That's true.
That's it. I don't even remember the what is the name of the Sigourney Weaver, Navi version? Or not Navi version, the daughter.
Yeah, you know what? Never mind. There's the only two names I remember. Spider, because...
I only remember his name because the villain kept on fucking calling out, I'm going after Sully. It's like, oh, fuck, Sully, It's like he has such a specific heart-on to go and kill him, yet he has no memory of it, of why he's doing it. I don't understand.
The thing about this movie is that it got me thinking about better things, and how other better things didn't do one thing that this movie does well, and that is that this movie and the last one, the whole point is that you kind of fall in love with the world that you're in, and then they, the people in it have to defend it. And so, yeah, they try to make you fall in love, and they make you with the world as it is, so that you have a reason to care for this world in order to defend it. And I feel like that's a thing that other media that's a little bit like this. Horizon Zero Dawn didn't do very well. I feel like Horizon Zero Dawn and this movie kind of have that element in common. This kind of natives in the land, they have to face off against this technology, and I wish that I cared more about the peoples of the of Horizon Zero Dawn and their relationships and their world than I do in the actual games, because I really don't give a fuck about any of them.
I don't think anyone does.
I see. So it was like we cared about the environment, the animals, and the inhabitants rather than the actual characters that were there. I actually.
I mean, Horizon really is all about the gameplay for me.
Huh.
The gameplay is so good. Everything else is a distant second for sure.
Yeah. And that's it. Yeah, and I'm not. And him explaining that doesn't make me think it's lesser or something like that. It's just it's an interesting example of what I was complaining about this movie is that there's no character development. It's so little character development that I'm so absorbently distracted by the visuals, which I guess in this case is the environment. Now that we're talking about Horizon, so your interaction with the environment is probably better in a game. It almost as if Avatar should be just a game, and it's not a story.
Yeah, but it could be really a lot more interesting because you could have a lot more. You could have more interactions than just shooting around.
Right.
Yeah, it's being made by Ubisoft, so
Which is a good segue into that. So anybody
I
say
didn't see
anybody
the
Ubisoft
presentation for the
stuff?
I didn't see the. I didn't see.
No, I didn't watch it.
So it was pretty much, Capcom was pretty much a nothing burger. Like just nothing spicy that's coming from them, other than say I mean, if you're into Dogma, sure. And I think
Yeah,
there's
but
some
we
other
already
things
saw that before. Like,
Yeah,
we
I
already saw
know.
that at the showcase, so it's.
Yeah, it was very weird whenever they did they did the title screens of world premiere, and I was like, wait, this is the same shit we saw before. Like,
Right.
Why are we seeing this
Right.
again? But I feel and Ubisoft wasn't really that amazing. The only things that came out of that, in my honest opinion, is probably the Star Wars game, the Outlaw. It feels
I
like
didn't see the gameplay. I saw the fucking CGI trailer. Was the
Right.
gameplay good?
So the
For which one?
gameplay, they showed the gameplay this time. So that link that you put, I think you put up, it was a cutscene.
Yeah, that
right?
was only the that was
Right,
the one
that
from
was to
yesterday. And
tease-
then
yeah.
the gameplay was today, which I didn't see.
Yes. So the
For
gameplay,
the Star Wars game.
Oh yeah.
So I feel like right now, like, it is like what we would hope for if 1313 would come out, and maybe that's high regard, but right now I think gameplay wise, I'm feeling the strong, I'm just feeling that strong kind of Uncharted feel to it. I'm feeling this kind of, you got to go in your ship and you actually get to have like, space dogfights, I guess. But I'm still on the fence, right? Like I'm not giving it, this is the most amazing shit ever, and I'm not also giving it like this is garbage. Like this is looking good.
It looks promising.
It looks decent graphic wise. It's probably the best that they have in show. Like I saw Assassin's Creed, and you know how Assassin's Creed is. That's their Call of Duty, right? Like they put in all their effort into that, right? That wasn't that great. Like if you compare, like honestly, in my opinion, like graphically, like the fidelity and the style wasn't as breathtaking as Outlaw. It's called Outlaw, right? Yeah. Okay. So.
Yeah, Outlaws.
Yeah.
Which is funny because it says Outlaws rather than just Outlaw.
Right.
Why is the plural?
I don't know.
I assume because you have a ragtag band of people on your ship or whatever.
I would be with you on that, but during this, we only saw the main character and her little like animal friend, which you could also say this is Space Exploradora, because she's like going, because like the things that
Find the Wayfinder.
yeah, because like the way that they showed the gameplay was that it seems like it's between you and the little like animal friend you have, right? Like you don't have a band of people that you have in your ship. It's just you and the animal, essentially. And then the animal helps her in like finding things, or like, if she can't sneak past the opponent, which by the way, like she's not like some sort of like, I'm some expert smuggler kind of thing. She's more like she's just a smuggler or a thief that, literally an outlaw that is working with, the best shit she has, and it's between her and her little friend. So, they showed some things where she's like getting around the environment and the animals helping her as well, her pet. And then you have her meet a bunch of like, shady alien people. So there's a lot of variety, which is great. A variety of like different aliens and stuff like that. I'm glad that they, are doing that. It's not just like you're going from one, exploring one planet at a time or something, or one type of world. It seems like you're going to different places. So, yeah, there was like the sequence where she was getting into her ship and flying off, and I was hoping that it would be like a seamless thing, but it is kind of seamless in the sense that there is a cutscene of her taking off, but you actually control the ship as it's leaving the planet. So you're going through like the mist and whatnot and the atmosphere. So I don't, and that's the thing. I don't know how detailed is that, right? Like, does that mean you actually lift off and you're not facing a cutscene or like a loading screen, or is the mist used as a way to load from planet to space? Because from the way they showed it in the gameplay, it almost looked like you literally are seamlessly going from the very ground to the very space, and then now you're just being attacked, or you know.
And it's cool that you get to see some of the space dogfighting.
Yes, so you got to see some of that, and you got to see like you're flying through what looked like a ship or a debris or something like that. So,
which is it's a cool environment. I mean, they have the fact that it's going to be open world too.
I'm curious like how that's
pretty
gonna work.
impressive. yeah.
So,
yeah, I wonder how those are good. How those environments are going to be, divided. How expansive those those planets are going to be.
Yeah, good question. Like that's they didn't go in too much detail from the gameplay. It was more about showing the the world, I guess, like, and the people that you're meeting, and like introducing you to the character more than it was about like the intricacy of the gameplay. But we'll see. I don't know what's gonna come of it, man. Like, for all you know, it turns out all that was just pre-made, not actually in gameplay bullshit that I saw.
I mean, it looks in.
It's in game. I'm watching it now. It definitely is. Like, it doesn't if. The thing is, if it looked a lot more flashy or something, I might be with you. But I'm like, this looks It looks basic. Like, it looks like basic Ubisoft gameplay to me. So I'm quite sure it's real. But it's, I don't know. We'll see. And there's so many different Star Wars games in like the pipeline now from so many different companies, whether it's Respawn or this or. Apparently, Amy Hennig is still working on another Star Wars game, which I didn't know after the one was canceled like a few years back. So there's that. So we'll see. Again, like the bar ain't high for these games. It's not high. So like, just make it good, make it fun, make it be able to run on everything like decently, and like you are automatically at the top of the line.
Yeah. That's true.
I'm looking at the gameplay right now, and just it's running. The only thing that actually makes me doubt that it about the veracity of the footage is just how well it's running. Because it's running at a nice locked 60 FPS. And when was the last time you played a locked 60 FPS Ubisoft game? But it's promising. It's gonna
the
come
best of
down
what they got now.
Yeah. I mean, it's really gonna come down to just how interesting the gameplay scenarios are.
Yeah.
Because they clearly have the technology to make them well, and just also, is it gonna come out broken? Like, this is Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. But I like the idea. I mean, we've been clamoring for a 1313 Star Wars game for ages, and
or just a Star Wars without the Jedi's.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's okay. I mean, you don't have to have Jedi's. The universe is big enough for that.
Yeah, that's true. Or a good Star Wars game. I mean, so far, like the Fallen Order, the Star Wars game, it's the best Star Wars games I've played. And that's only because it's not saying much.
Right, that's because there's not a lot of Star Wars games right now. Not a lot to choose from. That isn't, multiplayer, and you can't have a pink Darth Vader. Remember that was a thing?
Yeah.
The argument was like, why can't I have a pink Darth Vader?
Right.
In my Battlefront. That's funny. But yeah, there's also I saw this from last time. I saw that Eddie Brock is not gonna be Venom in the Spider-Man 2.
Oh, interesting.
They haven't revealed who it is, but yeah, apparently in this one it's a different story they're going for.
Maybe it's Peter Parker.
I mean, it is at first, but not the Venom. I mean, it could very well be Harry Osborn. You know, we already know
that's what I'm thinking.
He was using the symbiote, or his dad was using the symbiote to keep him alive, whatever sickness he has. So,
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
That would certainly make it more personal for Peter. You know?
For sure, yeah. Yeah, because of course the storyline for Eddie Brock is just all it is just pure revenge, which sometimes is not a good enough reason for that kind of story. Especially it's just him and his career. That's the real revenge. That's such a man.
I know, right?
Like, okay, if he killed somebody you loved, then okay, you know, there's revenge to be had, right? But him embarrassing you, I don't know, man. That's really reaching.
Maybe you want to kill him. He got me fired, okay?
Yeah, he got me
Was it
fired.
firing? Well, I mean, I did fake the pictures, but so he got you fired for something.
I did convince the villains to go attack him, just so that I can get the photos.
What about the villain, the Hunter Kramer?
So Craven.
Kramer.
Kramer.
Can
you imagine?
I'd love to see a mod where it's just Kramer as the villain. That'd be great.
He has his like own his own spider sense when he's like, you know, like freaking out and turning around like, oh shit.
Jerry, Spider-Man is here. What is the deal with all the spider webs?
Oh man. But
the footage is looking really good for Spider-Man 2.
Right.
I don't expect any less from Sucker Punch.
Yeah.
Insomniac.
Insomniac. Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Insomniac.
It's very
Sucker
easy
Punch
to confuse
is the
them.
Ghost of Tsushima one, yeah.
Which one made infamous?
Sucker Punch.
See, there you go. They made a hero something that's an open world hero.
Yeah.
See,
thing.
yeah, that's like I'm sorry. I'll go commit Sudoku.
Sudoku.
Yeah.
Say poo poo.
It's a poo poo.
Say poo poo.
It's funny how there was a moment where the internet thought that we were gonna have co-op in the game because you both had Miles Morales and.
Oh yeah, I remember we were talking. I think we talked about that last time too, right? We saying a lot of people had conflated it, and it was also because what was it? I forget who it was. The director, game designer, or something. His response was absurdly vague. You know that PR thing where they never really say yes or no, and he was basically saying no, but it was so absurdly vague in his description that it just made the rumor worse. until finally they show gameplay and okay, it's single player, and they literally say it out loud. Yes, this is a single player. It's was it that hard? Was it really that hard? Did we need the fucking long explanation? That fucking thing.
I mean, it could have been that he was advised to do it just to keep the conversation going.
Yeah, I mean I assume that was the case. I mean, it was like a year and a half between that CGI trailer and the gameplay we got, so I can understand how they were, they didn't want to say too much, but yeah, I mean, it's probably better to just not respond at all at that point, where it's just let it sit.
Exactly.
Don't
just don't
make
respond.
more confusion.
Yeah.
It was like when Miles Morales came out, and they were like, "Is it a standalone or is it a standalone DLC or a new game?" And they're like, "Well, kind of like a whatever the fucking term they used, like a standalone DLC or whatever." And they created a whole new term, and it's like, it's a standalone DLC. Just say that. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So stupid.
It's just just putting like you're just convoluting the plot. It's just either say just say
convoluting
it
the plot,
straight
yeah.
out or just like don't say anything. It's fine
yeah.
not to say anything too.
It's exactly. It's the same as like when people like get asked a question and they need to give an answer to sound smart when they could just say I don't know. It's okay to not know, man. Like it's okay.
Yeah.
Like at this point we don't know. We haven't made that kind of decision. Like it's fine. What else is there? So we already talked about the other Summer Game Fest from last time, but does anybody have anything to say about it? If you wanted to bring it up, because otherwise we could talk about Barry if we want to talk about that. Succession. There is Witcher coming out.
I mean, I watched the whole Summer Games Fest thing on Alana and Pierce's stream. Like, I will say as someone who's not a Final Fantasy guy, the Final Fantasy VII remake, rebirth, fucking thing, like it looks really good. Like I was like, oh, this is cool. Like, you know, I have the Final Fantasy VII remake that I've been meaning to play for a long time, so I think I probably will play it before it comes out. Because this
I feel bad
was
for.
a cool trailer.
I feel bad. I feel bad for, like last time when I was playing it, saying that like, oh, this is great for people that are first time players. I think I have to walk that back. I come to realize it's like it isn't good for like first time players because it's so confusing because it's a sequel. It's not a remake. So, yeah, I have to say probably if you haven't played the original, then I don't know if this is gonna be the cup of tea. Especially since there's, you know, it's old writing. Let's be honest here, right? Like that's decades old writing. It may not fly now in terms of its kind of the tropey kind of let's add, you know, storylines where it doesn't need to be necessarily, or characters that like they're trying to like you know how like they came out with the prequel with Zack and stuff like that, and in this one it's trying to like they keep on bringing back Final Fantasy storylines. It's like now it's now canon, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Like it kind of makes the story more confusing because then you're adding so many characters that you're like, imagine watching Avengers Endgame, but you never watched a Marvel film.
Yeah.
Like you go from Iron Man to Endgame. Like you're like, I'm confused. Like who are all these people? What's going on? And then if you try and watch some of them, I'm pretty sure some of them are not gonna hit as in a way where like it was worth watching it. Does that make sense? Because some of those movies are like, I didn't really need to watch this movie to know that this guy has a different hammer. Sometimes, right? You know, like there's, did I need to watch this? Like and I feel like Final Fantasy's current state is similar, cause
like they pulled the red carpet out, going like, oh yeah, there's a different plot vector. There's different events going on for sure.
Right.
That storm going on, and yeah.
And then Sephiroth shows up so early. Right. So
it's weird. I get it that they wanted to have that moment so that, you know, to just
gameplay is fun though.
Yeah, the gameplay is fun.
It's very very fun. Like I keep thinking about I need to go back there and beat on a harder difficulty or collect all the things because I really enjoyed going in there and just figuring out different ways to smash the fucking enemies down to the ground.
But yeah, it's just weird that, you know, story wise, like they just had him so soon. But again, it's because they're going with a completely different story, which is the kind of thing where like I enjoy the gameplay in the game, and I wish I could have just seen, you know, the story just retold in a modern way.
Right.
Yeah, instead of
a remake does. Like instead,
like the name of a remake. Yeah, it feels like calling it remake was totally a mislead. Like either that or there's just a mistranslation of what the understanding of a remake is, or that there's no Japanese version. Like in the Japanese version, is it still called Final Fantasy VII Remake? You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they use the word there.
Okay,
like,
so Huh.
Onward, so.
Like it's not even a reimagining; it's just a completely different story.
Right. Well, hopefully in this one,
I mean, this
it
isn't
makes
the
more
first
sense.
game remake to completely overhaul itself, because there was
Right.
that Lufia game on the DS, which completely redid the events of Lufia 2 and changed even the ending of that game to be less of a sad ending. So I mean, and ironically, Square Enix did buy out Taito, so it was made while they were under their ownership. So, yeah, technically not the first game remake to like completely change the events of the game.
Yeah. I don't necessarily mind changing it, but what I would hope that they do is gave us a choice, because that's the thing that games
I
have.
Get that. Because when I first heard about how they changed some of the events and there were the floating time ghosts of fate, that really put me off my marbles. But then part of me started to just go like, I'll just get used to it. And I did, but that's because I played Final Fantasy VII so many times. It's like, I don't mind seeing
I don't
the
mind
change,
seeing something different. Yeah.
but I can also understand the perspective of wanting people to experience Remake as a game with, you know, a new coat of paint for people who can't make that concession of not wanting to play the chibi character models with Popeye arms. And all that. So, because a lot of the most serious events in that game happen while you're like those characters with Popeye arms, and Remake removes that abstraction where they're always going to be at their full battle model proportions or full cutscene proportions. So it makes sense to want a Final Fantasy VII game that plays start to finish untouched like that. And Remake taking on a different path where they're like, oh, let's just retell the story and just kind of eliminate the choice, because it seems like they are hardlining Yuffie to be in this game. They may do the same thing with Vincent. So it's possible we might be seeing like a Final Fantasy VII with all of the just one master timeline, so to speak, where it's like, yeah, you do get a continuity of the story where Yuffie and Vincent are part of the story, and yeah, it's just eliminating that choice of having to recruit them through side quest shit.
Wait, no, but I mean, changes to the story are just so much more fundamental in the remake, where they, you know, they basically say we're not gonna go with the canon and we're gonna go do something completely different. Like, you know, it's not just like a recruiting, you know, different people. It's you know, it's just a very structure of the story. It's different.
I mean, the structure is actually still okay. So based on, I see what you mean, and I see what Dee's saying as well, because what it's doing is that it alludes to that. Okay, see, again, I don't know what the future means, but right now it's alluding to that at some point there's going to be like big timeline events that you have a choice. Again, I'm assuming we're gonna have the choice to change it. So that's the thing that where you're saying
canon events that cannot be changed.
That's what I mean. It's if we want to say it, and yeah, I know, right? Like that's the best I could explain it, right? Canon events to be changed, yeah. But when it comes to you're saying that it's changing the structure, technically the structure is the same still, because the journey that we are going through is the same steps, but the steps are just different. Things are happening.
To be fair, I've never played the original.
Well,
so
it isn't. It is actually isn't a different order. It's just there's new steps. Like the whole if you play the previous one, right? Where remake, right?
The whole
so then
fates and stuff.
so you fought those different elements, right? And then you fought like Sephiroth or something, right?
Yeah.
Well,
which was pissing me off at first because I didn't realize how to kill them. And I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. It took me a couple of tries.
Right. So like that event didn't happen, but the event of them running away from Midgard did. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
so
I can
like
see that.
technically it still follows the events. It's just that it added a new layer where like now the next layer is that, oh, there's something going on universally that only really Cloud and maybe Aerith really know what's going on. Because obviously the other characters are like, I don't know really what's fucking going on about this. What are you talking about, spirits? And like, why are we fighting this big giant thing?
Right, there's some time traveling shenanigans going on here.
Yes,
right?
yeah. So then, like, like, the story, and that's the weird thing about the story, is that it's presenting the story by telling the viewer of what's going on, so the viewer knows, but the Cloud character is, like, still trying to figure it out. Right. Because in the events of the previous game, Cloud was always, like, had a problem with his memory. Like, that was always, like, a thing. So now, for him, we just added a new layer of his schizophrenia where now he can't tell if it's a memory problem or now he's dealing with timeline issues. Like, imagine if you're a schizophrenic and you're, like, you can't, right? Or maybe you're not schizophrenic. Maybe it's, like,
I gotta say, if the point was to make us confused as the main character, hey, they succeeded.
Yeah. Which, by the way, like, ironically, he's named Cloud, right? So his past and his past is clouded.
Cloudy.
Yes, because his memory is all fucked up because of the whole like experiments and shit. But again, he doesn't know that until much later. But as it's presented to him, he still doesn't understand fully. He knows that there's some sort of connection, but he doesn't know fully. But then as an audience who had played the previous game are like, oh, so that's what they're doing with it. Right? Like they're adding an extra layer that Sephiroth is fucking with the timeline. He's doing the Back to the Future. He's fucking Biff. You know, older Biff going in and like, you know.
Got the sports almanac, I see.
Yeah. No, and I have to say that's as close as I can say that it's like seems true because Cloud doesn't know the playbook that has been, you know, is being dealt here, but Sephiroth and maybe Aerith kind of knows what's going on. She's trying to figure it out herself maybe, but she's the only one that's closest to understand that there's this planetary thing and timelines and about the spirits and shit. And so, but as far as the characters themselves, they don't know what the fuck's happening. They like, you know, but the audience, you know, given that, you know, most people that are playing it had played the previous, understands now, right? Because Sephiroth, whenever he's fucking explaining shit, it's like going to deaf ears with Cloud. Like, he's like, I have no fucking clue what's going on. But you as the audience would then, I see what's happening. Because he's making a lot of references that haven't happened yet. And you get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So, I feel like this is just really, I hope they can clean it up. And I hope that my assumption is correct. That they're going to give the player choice to play the game as it was in the original in terms of choices that was very much canon of what it was before. Or you have another choice to, you know, do something a little bit different, which is nice. And that's what I was thinking. But then that's why I was giving it like, oh man, this is like, that's such a good way to do it, where like you can play the game like how it was played. Or you could play the game in whatever, you know, alt reality that you want to do because you're just a fan of it, right? And you experienced that before. I thought that was the route, but now I'm thinking about it deeper in a sense, or a little bit longer, because I don't know if they're actually going to do that. See, it's going to fuck everything up if it turns out they never give us a choice and they just totally derail from the original. And as much as I'm like okay with that, but that's so alienating to like newer audiences. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Like the onboarding is the problem. Like this onboarding for new players is just like really rough.
I mean, that's the thing though. I don't know that they even care anymore in terms of that. Because like if they were gonna do the onboarding thing, like it's best to do that at the beginning. Yeah. Like the fact that you're going into part 2 and people don't know what the fuck is going on. I think they're just going to be like, well, we're just gonna keep with our story whether people like it or not.
Right.
Which, you know, I respect sticking to your guns, but it is like it is such an alienating process when like people are jumping in for the first time.
I guess that they are, you know, just banking on the idea. They're like, oh, it's just gotta sell a name alone, which
it will.
Which it will. Yeah.
It's a good bet to make.
Yeah.
And the thing is, a lot of those people who
there is that mobile game. How about
players,
that?
I mean, yeah, there's that.
I mean, don't you guys have phones?
I know, right? I love that. Good old Blizzard.
I know, it's fucking great one-liner. Way to dismiss your audience, however.
You know, it works for first-time players though, because a lot of first-time players, you know, some of them want to know the story, but some of them are just like, well, I really like the gameplay loop of the first one, so I'm gonna keep going with this one, and I'll try to understand the story. If I don't, it's still a fun game. You know, a lot of people, that's
True.
enough. So.
There is that. Yeah.
You stole my thoughts out of my mind. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Like I'm already on for the ride. It was fun. I may not understand it all the way, but you know it's still fun. Yeah, I agree with you that on the one. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, my only fear is that they you know, the story is getting too Kingdom Hearted. You know.
Yeah.
And if it gets Kingdom Hearted to nonsense, I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna get off the ride.
It's like fully check out. Yeah.
Yeah. It might. Yeah.
I have to tell you, I did not even bother finishing Kingdom Hearts 3 because I was just like, nope, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. This is too absurd. This is too goofy. Goofy. Yeah, knee slapper.
You're awake.
That's
So pivoting away from Final Fantasy, what the fuck is Pragmata? I looked up that. Pragmata. It's
Pragmata. That's right. So Ubisoft had Pragmata. So there's a game that was supposed to come out in 2022, but is being delayed and is being delayed again. And they made, and then on the Ubisoft thing, they made this funny little cutscene.
Oh, delayed indefinitely. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So
That's never good.
Yep.
Huh.
What's it supposed to be? Does anybody know?
I forgot.
I don't know.
It was like some space type of.
Yeah, from
like,
what I can.
It's an AI girl. You're protecting her or something, and she's like, "There's no humans left, I guess, except for you. Maybe you're like the only one, something like that." Yeah. You have a very Dead Space-esque type of, you know, fucking armor. You know, they're kind of. I forget what the gameplay was. The gameplay was just, you know, kind of.
I guess
over the shoulder.
third-person shooting.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
yeah.
That little girl will provide you.
Is Ubisoft's Halo?
Powers.
I guess you could say.
No, it's Capcom, right?
Oh, that's Capcom.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
I totally thought that was. Actually, you know what? Wait.
Okay, the bland shows are blending together now.
Yeah. Oh,
you know,
man.
okay. Speaking of blandness, there is one game that I'm with Philip on this one. It's called Immortals of Avium, which, by the way, just drop the of Avium part, just make it Immortals. It's you know. It looks kind of cool since that it's a first-person shooter, but instead of guns, you have, you know, magic powers. Like,
yeah, that looks cool. Yeah, I agree.
And I'm with Skillup that like either it's really good or it's just gonna be shit, but there's not gonna be in between.
I mean, we need more FPS games because you know those have all but died out at this point, and yeah, it is cool. It is cool to see like a fantasy one. Like you don't see that every day, so I hope it's good.
Me too. I'm rooting for it. I'm rooting for it the way I'm rooting Extra Primal. Yes, I'm still rooting for it, even with the damn, you know, Battle Pass. Fuck you.
I mean, Battle Pass doesn't mean it's a bad game necessarily.
It doesn't mean it's a bad game. I'm just saying, you know, we all know what they're doing. You know, there's no.
Hey, Ryo's gonna be in it. He's gonna save the whole trip.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Ryu is in it. That was so funny.
Cyborg like Ryu and Guile.
So
and
weird.
It already has a crossover, and it's not even out.
That's so funny.
Just putting their horse, you know.
That's so funny.
Before the cart. Oh no,
So
the cart before the
goofy.
horse.
Yeah. So weird.
I mean, I like the goofiness, but the fact that there's no amount of goofiness that can save mediocre game.
Yeah.
True. True. You cannot save the mediocre game.
Yeah. Speaking of which, Assassin's Creed Mirage, looking okay.
I didn't see the new trailer, but yeah, I mean, I saw the other one, and we talked about it before. You know, it's meh, it's whatever. You know, like,
it's looking exactly what I expected too, because you can use the eagle to survey the area, but there are moments where like they can shoot down your eagle if they can repel it. You know, if there's people in an eagle's nest, no pun intended, or in a in a tower, so you have to take down the people overseeing the tower so that you can scout it.
Yeah. I still don't know who this game is for. I still I understand a few people asked for it, but like it's just such a step backwards. Like, why? It's so weird. I can't imagine it will sell well, but hey, if it comes out and it's good, I'll play it.
Right.
But
you
just make something new. Just make if you're gonna reboot it, like don't reboot it to what it was. That doesn't make sense.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't understand it.
Yeah. Speaking of rebooting, they're rebooting the Prince of Persia franchise a little bit, huh?
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
Like
I mean, it actually looks pretty cool.
Yeah, the game looks good.
Yeah,
the gameplay looks really fun.
People wanted for sure because there was that not the AAA remake that people that we've all heard about for years now. Like that's not what people were looking for at all. So I can understand why Prince of Persia fans would be pissed. It does look cool though as a 2D platformer.
Yeah. It looks like it has a lot of action. And I mean, honestly, did you see the do you remember the screenshots and footage for the remake that they were making? That looked like shit.
Yeah.
What, the movie?
Garbage. No,
the game.
The game.
Oh. I was about to say that no, they're not coming back to that, are they? No, please. I was like, no, don't do it. Not Jake Gyllenhaal.
Yeah. I don't understand how they can't make good movies out of Prince of Persia and Assassin's Creed when they're already kind of movies anyway.
Yeah.
Like the story, it's pretty story. Like I don't understand how you screw that up, but whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
I don't know, man.
If the Prince of Persia game is not that expensive, I'll probably play it. I like platforms.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah.
I did see the new footage of because Bethesda had their thing yesterday too.
Oh, Starfield, right?
Yeah, I watched this. I was, it looks a lot better than the last time they showed it. It actually looks good this time. I was like, okay. They did like a little 45-minute deep dive on it, and it doesn't. I'm not sure if it will move the needle forward in terms of like some of their other stuff, like their classic stuff, like Skyrim or Fallout 3. But like, it does look cool. I'll play it. It does look pretty cool, but yeah, it looks a lot. It looks like they did tune up the shooting and stuff from the last time we saw it. Where like the person who developed it, I presume, or at least someone who's played it a lot, maybe a QA tester or whoever they had doing the demo last time, like they were missing like all of their shots when they were shooting. Like, this is not great, especially because you guys know the game in and out. Like you're not just a new person playing the game and you're missing all your shots. Like that's fucking bad. And Bethesda is known for having horrible shooting, which is why they put VATS in the first place. So it's nice to see that the shooting looks better and it looks fun. It looks like there's a lot of possibilities and stuff. So and it does have this. Like all their stuff is seamless. Like you get in the ship, you get off the planet, and you can dogfight and stuff to the next planet, and pretty cool.
I was trying to see into more Ubisoft stuff, and I saw the demo for the Avatar game, and I'm looking at the comment section, and the first comment is exactly the the thought that I had. It's like, yep, it's basically a reskin Far Cry game.
Yeah, I mean that makes sense.
Yeah, it does actually.
Yeah.
It's pretty good observation there.
I mean that's their formula. That's what Ubisoft does. They just replicate the same game again and again, and somehow manage to fuck up even that process. So, incredible.
Yeah, X Defiant is no longer X Defiant. It's or X Defiant was Tom Clancy's X Defiant. Now it's just X Defiant. Yay!
What is that?
It's just their free to play kind of
free to play bullshit
shooter.
of all their like
Yeah, I
mishmash
know.
of all their
Of
IPs
all the
and shit.
yeah, you would have like Splinter Cell like esque like characters in there.
Oh,
right.
You know,
It's just Ubisoft, the free game.
It's yeah. Ubisoft, the free game, has like let's do what everybody else is doing is like, oh, it's a Ubisoft multiverse.
Pretty much.
And we didn't see that Splinter Cell remake at the Ubisoft thing. Wonder
They're
when that's
never
coming.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, oh, totally.
Yeah,
That's totally
it's been
coming.
delayed indefinitely too. Sorry.
Yeah, I feel like at this rate, it's just gonna take a lot of fan backlash to just have them fucking do it.
You know the one
Actually
remake
have it
we
come
really
out.
need. It's a Bloodborne remake. Or a remaster or whatever. I just want it again.
Anything,
If-
yeah, anything to bring it up to the current generation. Yeah.
Yeah, you played it again. It looks pretty ugly nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, 2015. Not surprising.
Oh,
it will show its age.
People are still hoping. They're clamoring for that Bloodborne too. I'm like, it's not happening. Like, it's been 8 years. Like, if they were gonna do it, they would have
Yeah.
done it by now.
Right.
Oh, actually, speaking of Bloodborne, I did play the demo for the Pinocchio Souls game.
I was watching people play that Lies of P. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, Lies
What?
of P.
Oh,
It's called-
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
And it is basically Pinocchio, it's steampunk, but in Bloodborne.
It's a little Sekiro like mechanical augmenting arm as well.
It's good. I liked it. I had a lot of fun with it.
Interesting.
People seem to really be enjoying it. So
I'm
that's
definitely
good.
gonna play it. It's.
I guess if we're gonna get 1,000,000 souls, like it'd be nice if like some of them were fucking good.
I know, seriously. Like the majority of them just like.
Yeah, they just go straight for the gameplay and they forget like the world and like all the other interesting things that make From Software games so unique.
Yeah, that's actually what these guys are getting right. The fact that the worlds are fun to traverse, and that
And
offer
they
interesting challenges.
confuse and some confuse difficulty with just lazy gameplay.
Mhm.
I love those.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, it's just hard. It's like you just haven't
Right.
figured it out yet. And like, no, it's clearly bad right now. Like things.
Yeah, dude, I played the original Lords of the Fallen the game. Did not stand that game. Like it's so. It's like you think that the original Souls it's slow. That that one is even slower somehow, and it feels so clunky, and the art style is just so derivative. And I try to give their other game their I guess cyberpunk version of Souls called The Surge, also pretty
Oh
shit.
right.
Oh,
So you're right, Paul. Like I'm glad that if there's gonna be a bunch of Souls clones, it's good that at least we have one that's actually gonna be good.
Yeah.
Right. Copycats out there.
Yeah.
Taking too much of the time.
Right. Yeah, but yeah, again, Lies of P. I played the whole demo. A lot of fun. Difficult too, because I was definitely causing at some of the bosses. And took me a while to take down, and not because they were unfairly difficult. It's just they were just difficult, but fun.
Nice.
When does that come out? That comes out in the fall too, doesn't it?
I think so. It is
like
this
September or something. Yeah.
I mean, hopefully it doesn't come out around August, because August is just gonna be that's when Armored Core 6 comes out, and that month is completely blocked off for me.
I mean, because Armored Core comes out at the end of August, right? I think it might be around that time.
Oh, you're right.
Let me see.
It's just a bad idea to
Yeah, you're
to
not
release
going to
your game at the-
compete. Yeah. No matter how good your game is, if it's a Souls-like and you're going up against like the makers of Souls, that's just a horrible idea.
You don't even need to be a Souls.
September 19th. Okay, so it's like a few weeks
Oh, okay.
after Armored Core.
Right.
That should be enough time.
Yeah. It depends on how long. Armored Core 6.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you don't even have to be a Souls games to not be able to compete. I mean, put Horizons, Forbidden West.
Yeah, I mean, poor Horizon Forbidden 1 as well. You know,
You're right.
Breath of the Wild and then Elden Ring for both their games. Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if that like really like can you really say like they messed with their sales? I mean, review wise, like pretty decent.
Yeah,
pretty damn good.
Yeah,
But,
that is
like,
hard
I
to
don't know
say. I
about
mean,
the
people definitely
sales.
jumped ship from Horizon to each of those respective games, but I think a lot of people did buy the game first, and they were enjoying it, and then Breath of the Wild came out, and then Elden Ring came out, and it was, they went straight to those things and didn't go back.
It's not about the then it's more like they'll come back and beat it or something, or they'll beat
It's
it
just
real
like
quick or something.
Yeah,
or-
retention rate was just went straight down the tubes when those came out.
But luckily, it doesn't rely on retention. Thank God.
Mhm. Yeah.
Unlike free-to-play games, those rely on retention for sure.
That is true. Yeah.
Which is again, I think that bubble gotta burst at some point. Like it's.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm pretty sure it is like even now, like it's expensive to have like Apex and fucking Fortnite still go. You know.
Yeah.
Having to like constantly come up with new stuff, and then, sure they making buku monies, but I don't know if they spend it well.
Hey,
like, for
question.
all you know.
No.
Yeah, speaking of Fortnite, what was the thing about Fortnite? Like, I didn't get it.
What? There's like a controversy with it, or what?
No. There was just like a small part of the showing in the, I think it was the Xbox one or the PlayStation.
Was there?
Project. Yes,
Was
there was
there?
some Fortnite thing at the very end.
I think that was the showcase. I think it was. Yeah. They were showing. Oh, that was for the Unreal Editor thing.
Oh, okay. I was wondering,
Yeah.
like, I mean, I saw the trailer and I'm like, I don't understand what I'm watching.
Yeah. No, why the fuck they put that in there?
Yeah,
I don't remember where
there's
that
nothing
was.
new
One of
other
those.
than what they
that
already.
was Summer
came
Games
out with.
Fest. That was what that was. Yeah.
Yeah, because they
Yeah.
all that I saw was just like some Optimus Prime, like, oh, there's got to be Optimus.
Oh yeah,
it's
it's just the new season. That's it.
Oh.
It's the
It
new
was
season.
the new season,
the
and
new
they
content.
they were directly going for the Unreal Editor thing because that's what they
Right.
were like advertising.
They
at the
already
end.
advertised earlier.
Yeah, there
too.
were like
Just
like paid ads where like they have to support the show, and so like there was a bunch of stuff like that in the show where people are like, why the fuck is this here? And it's like, yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Jeff Keighley, the thing is like Jeff Keighley is paying for a lot of it out of his own pocket, and so he has to have like
That's
ads to
insane.
support
I don't
the
know
show.
how he gets that much money. Like that's insane. He has to.
Yeah.
It makes sense that like he has to. I don't know how he. Yeah, I. You know what? I just don't know.
He got Nick Cage to be there, which was crazy.
I don't
He was
fucking
like-
understand how he has the money. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. He must be doing drugs, stealing drugs and shit like that. Yeah, he must be in the cartel or some shit. I don't know. Cause there's just no way. Like he yeah.
Oh my god, can you imagine though?
I mean, apparently people love the Game Awards, which
Somebody does.
Yeah, someone. I haven't met him, but someone out there loves those things, and I guess he just rolls over the money from like awards show into the next.
Has to be the case. Cause I don't know, man. That's.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure his property in the Ozark has nothing to do with this, though. Did anyone ever play the original Dragon's Dogma?
No, but I hear great things.
No, I think I tried playing there was like a PSP version, maybe. I don't even remember. Or maybe I was trying to play it on the, or was it on the Switch? I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, there is a Switch version for sure.
Either
There you
way, I'm not really hung up on that.
It looks interesting.
I mean, it looks like a cool game. I might give it a whirl. The
I'm
reviews are good.
I'm not against it, but from what I gather,
Honestly, it sounds like you're pretty against it. Just admit it.
Dark
man.
Souls.
Why are you against it? Why are you so against Dragon's Dogma?
He's just
ever since the podcast started, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Every
he's
episode,
like,
is just
Dragon's Dogma
saying,
fucking sucks.
Fuck
all
Dogma.
of it."
I only have problems with that for whatever reason.
Every potential topic is Dragon's Dogma sucks. I'm like,
why
enough.
is it garbage? Why is this garbage?
And I did read your editorial and on Polygon. Dragon's Dogma can suck my balls.
That's funny. I don't know. I have something against their developer. They didn't return my calls. But all right. Well, I mean, is there anything else from
I don't think so.
current?
I mean, there's
all right.
Yeah. All of the fucking game shows are just meh. They're just fine.
They were
like,
very
None of them are blowing my skirt up in any way. Like they're fine. You know, the Sony stuff, they had a few really great things, but it's still lackluster. So.
Well,
This is why I missed E3. You know, E3 was like, that was the Super Bowl. That was it. And this is like.
Well, here's the thing. What if we had E3, but it just had all the announcements that we know so far that we've come up to?
It might, yeah.
Right?
It might,
which would be a whole lot of meh, but in just one place.
Sure.
That's true.
Right? Because all of them feel like,
Even
again,
then, though, at
the
least
nothing
you
burger.
get it all done. At least you get it all done, like in a few days, instead of like.
Okay, so that's the problem
the
here.
The Bethesda one's gonna be really great. The Xbox one's gonna be really great. The fucking Capcom, and they all just like.
That's funny.
Kind of suck.
Oh, hey, one more game that I actually thought was kind of interesting was this like third-person shooting game by the Warhammer guys. Like they're really going in for
right.
like,
It's
we're gonna turn Warhammer from away from RTS into like the shooting game.
Yeah.
Apparently their their boomer shooter bolt gun is it's really fun.
Boomer shooter, is it? Huh.
Yeah, it's called Bolt Gun.
Okay.
It is a boomer shooter in the 40k Warhammer 40k universe.
I see.
Yeah. Interesting that they're turning, it's that franchise is gonna be. They're trying to make it more mainstream, I suppose.
True.
That
that apparently has a lot of lore, like a really deep lore apparently to it.
Yeah,
I wonder if Jose still like reads books and stuff like that. He doesn't play Warhammer like the tabletop, but unless maybe he does and I don't know. But I remember he was telling me about it, like vaguely.
Oh, it's a tabletop game?
Yeah, so it's originally a tabletop game, and that's where it all comes from. It's not. It was never a game, like a video game before. It was, yeah.
That's interesting.
So it's tabletop.
We should have.
I guess.
We should definitely have a Zed talk about it in the podcast.
Yeah. He explained to us the world of these Space Marines. Another Space Marines. As if it isn't Halo, StarCraft, or
Gears of War, or
Starship Trooper. He's the one who introduced me to Starship Troopers, the movie.
Right, Starship Troopers. Yeah, I feel like Helldivers is the only one that's really making me like, ooh, I want to play that for sure. No offense to Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2, I do want to play it, and I will. Like, they got me. It's too, they don't need further convincing.
That's the known quantity, right? We already know it's like, we knew it was coming and knew it would be great. Like, cool. But, like, Helldivers 2 was super surprising. And, like, the two from that show that were surprised, or that, like, really were, like, exciting to me were Helldivers and Alan Wake. Those were, like, the two where I was like, yeah, I'm in. Like, that was the one that was like, okay, this is, like, super exciting. But, yeah, Spider-Man, like, looks great, but it looks like more Spider-Man, which I'm in. But it's like,
Yeah, it's
not
like
a big
nothing
deal.
new, like
Yeah.
new, right?
Yeah.
You know what's new, but it's old? Fable. I can't believe they're bringing that back. I mean, we don't see, didn't see any, gameplay on it. But
As per usual. God, man, they still do that. It's so amazing. Like, even with
Right?
this current
Yeah.
Capcom and fucking
many
Ubisoft,
games, yeah.
there were
I
so
know.
many just cutscenes after cutscenes after cutscenes.
That's
I was-
or the title logo tease, and then that's
Oh,
it.
the logo
Like,
tease,
It'll
yeah.
be
Yeah.
like a sizzle reel in a desert, going like, long time ago,
Yeah.
something was lost, but now it's found again. And then they show the title, and they're like, coming soon, but they don't give a year or anything. On like, you
Yeah.
guys just started working on the game. That's
Yeah, right.
You just started
Exactly.
working on the game, came
That's
up
how
with the logo, and then you had to make a teaser trailer to please the shareholders.
Yeah.
That's what you're telling me.
I mean, sometimes they haven't even started on the game. Bethesda with fucking Elder Scrolls 6, right? They showed that they showed that little stupid, like, it's barely even a teaser trailer back in like 2019, and they didn't even start production on the game until last year. It's like, you guys are really you don't give a fuck. Like, you're just like,
That's
you'll
kind of like
fucking wait and you'll like it. That's just like, God, that is
so funny.
it's kind of like turning in your rough. It's kind of like turning in like the title for your essay as a rough draft to your class.
Yeah.
Like, here you go. I got it started.
Yeah.
It's the rest.
I mean,
It's
Cyberpunk
coming,
did
it's
it
coming.
too, right?
I don't pick the perfect font, but I'm sure it's there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cyberpunk. Yeah.
Cyberpunk showed that like original trailer with the augmented chick getting shot up in like 2012, and they didn't start production on that I think until 2015 or something, right after they finished Witcher 3. So that's out of control. Like that's the worst.
We have an idea for a game, okay?
Yeah.
We're getting there. we
don't
promise
know
we're
what
getting
genre
there.
it's gonna be.
Yeah, we don't even know
We
which
don't have
genre.
any graphics
That's
for
so
it.
funny.
And next we'll be seeing trailers with people drawing up the logo on a McDonald's napkin.
I mean, BioWare kind of already did that with Mass Effect, right? Where they showed like concept art. They're like, here's a piece of concept art. We'll see the game in 2 years. Holy
so
shit.
funny.
I mean, they did the same thing with the fucking Last of Us multiplayer last year, where they put out the concept art, the one like painting or whatever. You'll see more next year. Like, this is so stupid. Like, it's such a slap in the face. Like, it's just.
So goofy.
Yeah. Hey, we can throw in, Elden Ring under that bridge too. Just they showed one picture of the concept art for the DLC, and that's it.
Oh
Which,
yeah,
to be
that's
fair,
right.
it's DLC.
Yeah.
Sure.
And you can still kind of derive what the DLC might actually be from just that one concept art.
Of course.
Right, and then that's the thing too about them doing that. As much as it works for them, everybody else is gonna be like, "See, they're doing it. Why can't I do it?" Yeah, because you're.
Because they're doing it right.
They
know
do-
what they're doing.
Yeah, because it makes sense for their kind of their game.
That's how their community works, though, right? They put
Exactly.
out one piece of
Yes.
artwork, and then there's just months and months of all these feverish conversations about what could this mean and what could that. Like,
Right.
It's a very anomalous situation. Like,
Yes.
It does not happen.
Yeah.
Like, every 2 seconds.
There's like dead pixel in the middle of the picture, but let me tell you why that dead pixel is there on purpose.
Yeah.
Here's a 3-hour dissertation on that.
3 hours.
Multimedia is gonna get 10 videos out of that fucking thing. Like,
Oh man.
By the way, if anybody has never played those Armored Core videos, watch the ones from Bativideo. They're pretty informative. Like they will get you hyped for the game.
For wait, what?
For Armored Core.
Oh, for Armored Core, yeah. I see. Yeah. I saw one video, yeah. On it.
that may be the first successful mech game ever.
It's true.
They always fail.
Yeah. The only one that kept on going was MechWarrior, and I can't really say that's a
true,
success.
Yeah, that was the very niche audience still
Yeah,
for that.
very middling kind of numbers, I think.
Hey, Anthem was sort of mech. Oh yeah, never mind.
Mech-ish. More like mech bodysuit.
More like meh.
Yeah, a lot of meh. Probably worse than meh, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, the key with mechs is that, like, it's interesting that, like, a lot of the mech genres apparently that customization of like making your mech more suited for like different stuff, like modifying it so that you make it a more efficient machine, or like there's the push and pull between like what you can outfit it with and what the cost of like what the cost of
well, that's the thing, isn't that isn't that mainly Armor Core? Like, Zone of the Enders was nothing like that.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, that's one of the things
Warrior,
that, like,
maybe. Mech Warrior is probably closer to what you're talking about too.
I've never played Mech Warrior.
Oh, well, let me tell you, I played Mech Warrior, and let me tell you, that's like pilot sim levels of kind of, sometimes it could get really boring.
Yeah.
Because you're like going long distance across the planet just for going from point A to point B, and I just go like, okay, so amongst like it's the kind of game that makes use of your entire keyboard.
Oh, wow.
Like every button means to do something, right?
That's fine.
And then you have like your thrust of like what number speed do you walk? You have your character, your mech walk at, and it's the autopilot to some degree. And I just find myself sometimes just pressing, oh, this is a good decent speed. I'll put it at 7, and now I just wait for my character to just walk very slowly to the next drop-off point.
Huh. Yeah, that sounds like a lot of the things that they're going for with like the.
But Armor Core is not like
Armor
that.
Core.
Armor Core looks like Armor Core is like it's heavier into the combat. If anything, it's more like Monster Hunter, in that what you bring in your equipment is very important, because if you don't choose the right things, then you're gonna just like not have a good time, and then you're gonna have to go back, kind of like rethink about the way that you're gonna do it, and then equip the right things, or do other missions that you're more equipped for to gain the money. And it's always about chasing the money to buy more equipment. Whereas MechWarrior wasn't like that. MechWarrior was like, you got into some fucking wacky combat situations, and you're, like, much later on they added the ability to actually come out of your mech. Because before, like, once you got, I think if I remember correctly, once you got destroyed or whatever, you got, some of your mech got wrecked, you can't really do anything about it. But it wasn't fast-paced at all. The combat was very tank. Like, you're basically a walking tank, and you did do a lot of equipment stuff. And then what was annoying, too, is that, like, depending on your situation, sometimes you would cause damage to certain parts of your mech. And because you couldn't repair it mid-mission, you were kind of like, great, either I gotta finish this mission or find another way. But I mean, that was like old MechWarrior. You would step on a rock and it's like, oh great, it injured my leg, fuck me. And then you got into a fight and they blow off your leg, and now you're like, fuck, now I'm screwed.
Now I need to repair the leg.
which you can't. You have to like you
wait until the end of the mission.
Well, it wasn't so much in the mission. You actually can command more than one mech, and then so you would go between different mechs, and some would go on autopilot, and some of them you had to like arrange the way in their combat to work with what you were doing. And yeah, I mean, I don't know why I got into that game, honestly. Like I think it was
like
there was
no.
no. yeah, there was like no other mech games out there, and I feel like just it was, you know, you chased the whole like, oh, I'm gonna get the new mech. That's what got me kind of like interested and kept on playing it, but I never really beat it because I always found myself like it was such a drag having to go through missions because it was just so insanely slow pace, and it was a slow game in a lot of different ways.
I guess that's one thing you can't say about Armored Core. From all the footage that I've seen, it seems to be like a really fast-paced, action game. But yeah, it really looks like you're basically a tank, but a really fast and moving omnidirectional tank that can, move, that can boost left, right, up, down, and, in every direction. But there's a lot of, but depending on your parts, you might be able to do, certain things. You might be unable to do certain things because maybe you're too heavy, or you don't have a big enough battery, or you can't install, just different types of equipment because of the type of other equipment that you have. So there's that kind of min-maxing fun for the type of builds that you have. Yeah. It's funny because the more I see the more the customization that I see in Armored Core, the more it becomes obvious that even though the mech genre is all about having this human-like figures, but in giant robot forms, it's pretty obvious that the human form is actually pretty unsuitable for any of that stuff. The human form is really only good at one thing, and that is being a human. But it's pretty put up, anything else like flying around or moving around like a tank.
All right.
But yeah,
there's no co-op, right?
Good
there
question.
is.
I know there's going to be
sure there
PvP.
is.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it is has a co-op element to it.
Right. Souls games typically, right?
Yeah.
So you'll probably have to eat a couple of babies too. Hang out with your friends. Well,
I guess so.
we may have to, eat a couple of babies if we want to hang out in the real world too.
That's why we go to the abortion clinics.
Wow.
What, you brought it up?
This got really dark all of a sudden.
You said it, I did it.
That's fair.
I do like Zone of the Enders though. That was really fun.
What was that like? I've never played it.
Extremely fast paced, all about the combat. Cell shading animation, the cell shading rendering was super good for its time. Pretty amazing. But yeah, I like the combat because you really got to experience flying around, if that makes sense.
Yeah, sounds like a lot of
and
fun.
It made the, you know how on Dragon Ball they would have the combat where they would be flying in the air and they're kind of clashing with each other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they really did well in that game. They made that whole experience feel authentic to it, while without it being jarring, because I imagine it would be very easy for something like that to be jarring for a game like that, just because the camera being able to move around would drive people insane. But luckily they were able to do a good job of it, surprisingly. But and then the combat, the different weapons you got were really cool. But it wasn't again, it didn't play like a typical mech game where you get to change every single part of the mech. I feel like it's more more Titanfall-ish in the sense that the mech has an identity. Because
Even more like a human in a way.
I guess you could say, yeah. Like
Titanfall,
there's
they kind of
there's
move
a
like humans, except just slower.
right, but there was no walking in this. This is like you're flying all the time. Like you're flying and floating, and you could go to the ground, but that's not like the way the combat works for the most part. So there's shooting, and then there's like the close melee element, and then they would have like different mechs or different like villains with their own mechs and their own personality, with their own like way of combating as well, like special abilities that I guess you later on you get to acquire, I guess you could say, or a version of it, a la Mega Man-ish. Speaking of Mega Man, there's a Mega Man that they're doing. It's a live service Mega Man. Yay! Everybody wanted that, right?
Alive?
Oh no, it was like a mobile game that was announcing its end of service, and then they're revamping it where it's like, okay, it's out of service, but we're making it offline now. So,
What the heck? That's the Mega Man Dive Network thing?
yeah, it was running for years. It's just
okay.
Now it's just shut down.
Oh, it's
And
now.
they're
That's
like,
what they're
oh, we're
announcing.
We're going to keep it running. It's just going to be an offline version now.
Interesting.
I see. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's been running for a while now? Okay.
Yeah, they had a lot of promo stuff. So they not only had crossovers with other Mega Man titles besides X, but they also had Street Fighter. They had a Street Fighter event where you could get Ryu and Chun-Li playing through Mega Man stages.
I see. Sounds like the good old free-to-play models.
Right.
Oh yeah, to a T.
Mortal Kombat 1 is coming out at some point.
Yeah.
I'm always happy to see Mortal Kombat. I mean, it's such an institution.
I am too. Yeah. I you know, it's not. I
never played.
I'm not
them
gonna
either.
buy it, but
Yeah.
like I am very happy for the Mortal Kombat audience, and they are like, if it has anything, honestly, actually, I might play if the campaign is anything like Mortal Kombat 11, which was like super. It was a very fun campaign. Again, I didn't play it, but I watched like a YouTuber play it, and it was really fun and cool. And they have Van Damme as Johnny Cage in this one. Like he did all the mocap and the voice of like one of the variants of like Johnny Cage. Like
That's so
yeah.
fun. That's so great. They finally come full circle, huh?
Because like Bloodsport had such an influence over the original Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, for sure.
Ed Boon got on stage at Summer Games Fest and he was talking about like, how they've been trying to get him in the games for fucking years, like decades. And like they came close a bunch of times, but they were finally able to do it. So, cool.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's interesting. Maybe they even time it with the coming of the new movie, if they ever release the second one.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That there is another one that they're likely gonna come out with.
Yeah.
I imagine.
Maybe they, ditch the main, the main boring character in the first one.
And we already know that they're going to come out with all kinds of like, oh, this character from your favorite show or whatever.
Yeah, they already. I think Peacemaker and Homelander have already leaked.
Oh.
Damn. So yeah, those are the first two, I guess.
I am not excited about those two at all.
Yeah.
Shows that they're in.
D, you were you I remember last time you were like,
Oh yeah. It's like Mortal Kombat's just kind of an on and off series where it's like I enjoyed it up to a point, and it seems like how should I put this? You remember that episode of South Park where Mr. Garrison was trying to get gay marriage banned, and the governor was just not sure what people wanted? Ed Boon reminds me of that governor on that episode of South Park, where he's doing what he thinks the people want, but he's just making all the weirdest decisions that just like, dude, what are you doing? this game was completely controversial for its violence, and now you're just like, oh well, that didn't happen, and then that didn't happen, but well, I guess that can happen. And it's like, okay, you're really pulling the strings of this multiverse thing so hard, and you've been doing this for a while, but like, you're really trying to make a new Mortal Kombat one with different events, and okay, I get it. It's you're trying to change the face of your brand so it can be more wholesome, despite it building its bread and butter on ripping out heads off of people's spines. So whatever. If you want a clean Mortal Kombat, it's bloody, but oh god, cover up here and there. It's like fine.
Oh, interesting, huh? Wait, so you're saying like it's not, or are you saying that they're not pushing the envelope as much as they should, or they are they are?
No, they are.
I'm saying that having a game where controversy was your bread and butter, and now you have to worry about optics is something that really doesn't sit right with me. It's like the thing I don't like about Mortal Kombat is that its brand image has been split ever since Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance, where at first they were joking around in 2 and 3, and they kind of have their story still, and then they're like, okay, now we have to be 100% serious now, and then after a couple of games, it's like, oh no, we can't have characters looking like that anymore. We have to clean them up, have a nice clean image. It's like, but your whole angle is fucking violence. Why do you fucking care about decency at this point? You're like 10 or 11 games into it, and then now you're starting to think like, we gotta look good for the children, when this was already a game that wasn't for children in the first place.
I mean, that's not what I saw. Like, that's not what I saw when I was. That's not for children at all. Like, the fatalities are more brutal and gory than I've ever seen.
So much fun too.
Like the current thing that we saw. Is there an example of like a situation that they had self-censored something, like in a previous game?
Do I have to spell this out?
I don't.
Because I don't know what you
play
mean.
it more. Yeah, I haven't played it enough, like, to know.
All right, let's see. Because I'm just going to tell the pictureless pictures.
Okay.
Let's see.
Was there like a character design or like an event? One of the games, I guess.
I mean, again, it's just less exploitive. That's my problem with it, where it's like, at first it was, balls to the wall, dark fantasy. And then now it's like, we gotta cover up Kitana, we gotta cover up Dave.
Okay.
I just don't like this post Anita world.
Right, it's like kind of a double standard almost. Like, you'll do like super insanely violent thing, but then now the characters can be. You don't want to show boobies. I see. Okay, I see what I see it. Yeah.
It's the fun times with weapons all over again. It's like, violence is okay, but show sexual situations.
I mean, I get what you mean. That is the MO of this country, though. Like, for better or worse, it's like in this country, violence is fine.
It has good intentions. It's just, I think it's horribly misdirected.
Yeah, I can see your point. There was that one, like, now I'm thinking about it. So the Katana and Melina, like, they had like really skimpy like outfits at one point, right? Did they like purposely?
And after a while, it's like, oh, we gotta make it look more realistic. It's like, okay, but you started your freaking franchise on blowing kisses of death and a man with a skeleton under his hood, and then now you're like thinking about realism now.
I mean, they are to an extent.
With the cybernetic John Henry arms is now like.
John Henry arms. That's great.
I mean, I think they're just. I get what you mean. I think it's just that they're prioritizing like going like over the top with one thing instead of like multiple. Whereas like before they were doing the violence and they were doing like it's fine to have sexuality in there or whatever now. And I get what you mean, and you're right that they've like dumbed down the sexuality stuff, but I think they've amplified the violence to like the nth degree. And I think that's probably just based on people's responses, whether it's right or not, you know, whatever. But like I think they're just going with like what's working for them.
I see. You mean like leaning on to the thing that is more popular.
Like in other words, they do cover up. They cover up Katana and they cover up Melina, but then like the fatalities are like they're insane. They're like I've never seen anything like that in a game.
Yeah, I guess it kind of makes sense for them too, right? Like, in the sense that like their brand is really like the hyper ultra violence, not the sexuality. Like the sexuality was just you know a bonus, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, if they're, you know, focusing more on like those ridiculously, you know, gory, you know, make you smile because she's just so completely over the top, you know, fatalities, that much better.
I mean, I just think, it is just the politically correct thing to go with like the violence these days, right? Because you go with sexuality, you're going to get cut down. Yeah, absolutely. But you go with sexuality, you're gonna get cut down in a second. But you go with hyper violence, it's totally fine. Like nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, that is pretty. Yeah, it is pretty fucked up actually. Like it's like to think that like it's just so easy for people to get backlashed on that.
Yeah, it's funny. There was a game called Agony. I've heard it's pretty shit, but it was basically you being in hell. And it just, you know, they had to cover up a bunch of their, you know, titty and dick demons around because, you know, ESRB just wouldn't let them, you know, put their game. I don't remember if they had to just, you know, stamp it with an AO.
Right.
Yeah. But you know, whatever. Those games do find their audiences on Steam anyway.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's a whole bunch. There's like a million, you know, hentai games on those things. So
Well,
it's a million.
Put it this way: I mean, you could go to a better burger restaurant, but sometimes some people just want to go to McDonald's. And by that I mean sometimes people want that specific character depicted that specific way. So it's not just going like, I can just check out hentai. Sometimes it's like, I want to see a character from my favorite game look that way.
I mean, you could probably find it in hentai.
Yeah, you can definitely find that in a much more explicit situation.
You
or
can,
so I heard. Or so I heard.
The thing is, some people like it when that shit's depicted in official stuff.
Of
Because they're
course.
more likely to see that in fan art, especially from the Japanese. They like staying within official lines because they know that can get them clout.
Right.
Which is why you see a lot of characters blowing up on Zelda fan art and stuff. I'm like, oh, I'm going to draw a bunch of fan art of Pura. If there was someone who created that, who was a fan, that probably wouldn't get much traction. But because it was official and made by Nintendo, they're like, okay, I like this Tears of the Kingdom depiction of Pura, so there's going to be thousands of fan art of it. Like, that's how people tend to work.
Yeah.
Optics are king.
That's true. It does make sense. Optics is pretty much exactly that. Speaking of optics, so Pride Month and Nick. No, I'm kidding. I don't even want to talk about
that
it.
whole bullshit.
That whole bullshit. Yeah, this
it's not even worth talking about.
I know what you guys are talking about. Yeah.
It's so stupid, the whole thing.
Yeah.
We don't need to touch it. I don't think.
Yeah.
I think it'll sort itself out, honestly.
It will. It certainly will.
He has his principles for why he said what he said, but I can understand why it seemed like a hot button in that case. So.
Yeah.
I don't know. Twitter's a hellscape. That's what it boils down to.
Yeah.
No one should be on it.
Dude, you can make a joke on fucking Twitter and people get offended. You can make the most
course.
harmless fucking joke and people like, can I get an explanation for that? Can you look that up? It's like, could you loosen the strings, please? Because
right.
I don't think you've been around people. And I think you need a funny bone transplant because, holy shit, the stick out from it, please.
Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, he should have just not. He didn't even need to say anything. I don't even like. Why was he putting his?
No.
Why was he bothering putting his hat like? So basically, I'm just gonna say for my yeah,
we're just gonna get into it.
We're just gonna.
Damn it.
For me,
down and dirty.
For me, it was like there's this like this conversation, like the whole thing, right? About it was like he comes in and like, I like turtles. Like that's what that was. In my opinion, that's what that was. Because he was like, what I don't even think he knew what he was commenting on. Like
no.
Like I'm pretty sure he just saw people fighting, and he was going like, "Leave the children alone."
He
like,
saw that they were fighting in front of the school, and he just became a father, so he's like ultra protective of anything threatening children.
Right.
And he said, they should leave the kids alone. And of course, people were like, "What do you mean they? Like, how dare you?" And it's like, it's just blew way the fuck up from basically like a comment like I mean, I don't know him. Maybe he does have anti-LGBT thing. I don't think so based on what I've seen of his streams and stuff. But either way, it's a very innocuous, or it should be an innocuous statement thrown in there. Like, don't bother the children. Leave the children out. I think that's what he meant. And I think everybody kind of knows that. But it was like, well, this is an easy target. Like,
but no, that's the thing. Like, why would you even say it in the context of the LGBT community?
Because he's a streamer. Like, he just fucking gets on Twitter and says vague shit. That's what they all...
Yeah, and then his response was also vague. Was just like, I don't think he even knew... I'm 100%... I'm really on that fence on the...
I mean, I hope so, but, most of the times...
Well, I know it's a hope so, too. Yeah, because it's still also vague.
Is. It absolutely is, but like, if you've ever seen Nick Merck's stuff, nothing against him, he's not the brightest bulb. He's not that smart. Like he looks like a Jersey Show meathead, and that's what he is. That's what he is.
Yes.
And like, he just threw something in there. It was clear he was just
he walked into the room. He literally walked in the room.
Say something, and it just got turned way the fuck around.
Yeah, and then the last time from the link that I showed, okay, so the timeline of the links is that, okay, again, it's Juneteenth, schools trying to, they're trying to recognize it as, as a LGBTQ month, and their statement is already in the already written that it's about the history of figures that happen to be LGBTQ.
Right.
And it's only that. And if any education is to be placed there, is within what is already being educated now, just adding the detail that, hey, this person I'm teaching you about in history happens to be this, right? So that way people, like, the youth is growing up with like, oh, I am not an other, right? Like, I am part of the community. I can be part of something, right? I'm not just a weirdo.
I'm complaining to the school board. We're teaching my kid about Alan Turing.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. The whole Alan. Yeah, that was like a perfect example of it.
What's about?
So
what
Alan.
About Alan Turing?
So Alan Turing is he's
mathematician.
Yes.
That
made the computer essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the British government basically
chemically
castrated him for being gay.
For being gay. Yes. So, we'll have erasure kind of history that happens, like even with like Rosa Parks. They'll like, one textbook says, oh, she did it because of the racist society that it was or is. Right? I'm not gonna say it was, but is, right? Yeah. And that at that point it was like that, right? That was the system, that was the case. Then there's another textbook that would erase that part, that it just says that, oh, she was tired. I was like, Parks, you're really missing the point of the history aspect, right? So that's like where the connection is about what they're trying to say. And then furthermore, what we saw in the clip was they weren't actually all parents. So it turns out there were just protesters. They were just like there are some of those people, and the reason why the cops were there was because they already have like an APB on these known aggressors that just show up on anything that's like LGBTQ related, and like they just go and they just cause shit to happen. And then the photo or the the video makes it seem like it's just parents, like fucking, going buck wild, and people are
they
assuming
were brawling in front of the school, like in it's like
and we're assuming we would, and just because it's in front of the school, people would assume that kids are there, and the reason why we're leaning on this aspect of the assumption from Nick Merckx' side is because I watched a podcast that Hassan had messaged him and say, hey, just let you know, are you sure, like, because he's had interactions with him, and he's like, I've never really felt like he was on that fence, and for whatever reason, maybe he is, but I don't know for sure, but from my interactions, I've never really got that sense for him. And then when he was saying, hey, just to give you a heads up, your tweet seems like it can be misinterpreted as such, and his interaction was that wasn't the case, and this whole fucking mess, and his response, again, it was very much vague, and I think it was because he's trying to specifically be careful what he says, which
I mean, he should have been in the first place.
He should have been in the first place. Exactly.
Like Nick Merckx, and Ten the Tatman, all these guys, they have their own teams of people that deal with a lot of stuff. Like, he has his own PR team. Why don't you tell them what you want to say?
Exactly.
What you mean, and then have them filter it through onto Twitter.
Exactly. Or even
that's the issue.
Also, maybe just admit that maybe you didn't even see the situation correctly. Like, you just made assumptions.
I mean, because his whole stance is like, I'm not going to apologize. And it's like, I understand that you're saying that because you think you didn't say anything wrong, and maybe you didn't. But, you still need to say, on Twitter that, you didn't mean to offend anybody. Because he said it on his stream. He said, this is what I meant. This is what I meant. But I'm like, you got to say that on Twitter, though. Because, obviously, the people that have a problem with you aren't going to watch your stream.
Exactly. I think I think to add to that, he needs to more, denounce the people that are wandbagging his tweet. Yeah. Because that's the disgusting part. So it's not necessarily him, and it's not necessarily, the streamers. It's their communities now.
They're attracting.
Yeah, exactly the fact that
I don't feel I watch their streams. I'll go in there. Yeah. So actually don't want to be. See, that's the problem. I like them because they were very funny and hilarious to watch in their YouTube stuff. But then when I go in, if I'm going to expect this now, they're attracting that community, I don't even want to touch them. I don't want to be it's gonna. And on top of that, if it's on my YouTube channel, the algorithm is gonna throw me at some shit. Because right away, what happened after all that, I started seeing YouTube videos of people that are very right-leaning, and they're just so tone deaf, and I
so disgusting,
dude. Yeah, I just don't want that on my feed. So I literally had to erase my subscriptions to any and followings from any of them because I knew what the algorithm would do. And it's not hate on them, and I respect their opinion, and it makes sense that he wants to have say on how he has how he talks to his kid. But here's the thing, again, I don't think he knew. We're not talking about sex education. We're talking about just history, right? I think he was confused with it because when he was talking about it, it sounded like he was on the side of I want to have the talk of sex education with my child.
Right. And that goes back to the point of he's kind of a moron. He walked into this.
He walked into it, did not know what they were talking about.
Him just bumbling his way through the situation and getting caught in hot water. And it's on him. but I don't think that he, again, none of us know him, but like just from what we've seen, I really don't think he thinks these things or he's a bad dude. I think he's fucking dumb. I think it's really that simple.
Yeah.
Like, and a lot of, especially these days, a lot of times, like, that's not enough. You can be dumb and a horrible person, and it happens all the time. But I think this is one of those rare situations where he's just not too bright. And that's really, it just boils down to that.
Yeah.
Yep.
But unfortunately, like, the bad actors are pretty much, pretty much
They're
counting on
using it.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
exactly. They're
using it
using a
slowly.
person like him, to, spout their really hateful rhetoric.
Right, and on
both sides too.
And
I saw some comments on
what Sean was
two ends, I
saying,
was
where
like,
it's like
Jesus.
it really is just like you gotta publicly denounce these people. You have to.
Yes, right.
You have to do that
Yeah.
immediately, and not just Nick Merckx, but now Dr. Disrespect,
Dr.
now Tim
Disrespect,
Tatman,
and
now
now Tim
everybody
Tatman,
that's
yeah.
defending him. You have to all
Coatsy.
denounce those people. You have
Yeah.
to immediately.
He's like, that's the thing that was bothering me the most, and why I just like, okay, I'm just gonna isolate myself from them because I know the algorithm, the way it works, and how it's gonna push the stuff towards me. I don't. I'm not saying I don't want to read the news. I'm saying I don't want to hear this kind of stuff that isn't really news. Like, I'm not increasing my intelligence or my knowledge of the world by hearing some douchebag being all like, yeah, leave our kids alone from the weirdos. Like, I just don't, I don't gain anything from that. And then
No,
if I'm
you're losing brain cells every
Yeah.
time you hear any of that shit.
yeah, exactly. So I hope that, like, they just, and they do that too in their streams in terms of like, I don't want to talk politics, but as soon
now,
as,
though.
are they gonna ban? I
Yeah.
know, right? Like, are they banning, like, how are they doing it then? Like, are they banning people the moment they say anything, both either left or right leaning? Just do they ban them just for arguing? It's like, okay, you bringing up it in my stream would be like a violation of, like, hey, that is out of pocket, though you may be right in what you're saying, and I'm with you on trying to, push whatever your thoughts are. It doesn't fly here. This is my home. You're being rude, right? Like, that's the etiquette that should be the place. And I don't know if that's going to be the case there. Yeah. Like, I don't know if they're going to protect their viewers from hateful bullshit, which doesn't belong.
Honestly, if I had to guess, I'd say they probably won't. Like, I love. I'm not the biggest fan of Nick Merckx, but I love, Dr. Spec, Tim Tatman,
Yeah, they're
Coatsy, all
funny.
the people who have been defending them. I love them, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't want to call them all dumb. Like, but like they're all kind of dumb. Like, they're all kind of just like.
Yeah,
I'm
they kind of
this is my
high-minded.
stream. I'm gonna coast. I'm gonna do my thing, and whatever issues I bring up or whatever, it's just like I don't care. I kind of just do what I want, and that's cool.
Right.
But then when you're in this situation, there has to be some like you waded into the rule at this point, and you're just you gotta
Now you have to
gotta
say where your stance is, like,
Yeah,
because
like-
there's a danger
Yeah.
to it.
Yeah, I mean,
because
that's the thing. Like,
people are gonna hang up on whatever they say, right? They're gonna clip it.
And that's the thing. I wonder
start-
even if like Tim and Doc realize that they've already gotten political simply by going defending
you're right.
Merck.
Uh-huh.
Like, because that's what's happened.
That's what's
like,
happening,
They've now
exactly.
become political by association, but it's still on them now. Those disgusting people are still gonna make their way into the chats and shit. And
Exactly.
like,
Yeah, it's really sad.
Yeah, and thing is, so, like, even if you don't want to make a choice, that's a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
that's-
doubly if you're,
that's
doubly
true.
if you're at, doubly so for people, famous people like that.
Which, by the way, hey, I am actually when I read that initially, I'm like, okay, that, I mean, it's fair to. When I read that, I was like, huh, that's weird. It's really vague, and then I don't think he understands what he's reading or seeing.
Yeah.
And then his response, I was like, okay, I understand that you like that whole like stream response at that clip. Like, okay, I'm with you on the whole like you want to have that personal, like you and your wife is having the parental decision making to make that happen. And I'm like, I get it, but what's your stance on it universally then? Because most of the time, as far as I understand, sex education still is a permission slip. Like, you still have to tell the parents, like, this is what we're going to tell them. Like, this is the knowledge. And if you don't want them to be for this class, no problem. Like, I'm pretty sure that's, like, baked in to, like, how that works in schools, in public schools.
Right. So,
it's okay to have a parent have their own decision on their child, like, whatever reason it is. That's fine. But then to deny other parents the availability of that education is terrible, because now you're taking away the choice from them. Like, to erase it all together, right? Like, we never talk about sex at all, or even gender identity. Like, that's just that doesn't make sense. Like, let's have it available, and therefore parent or guardian has the right to say yes or no. And, we could get in the weeds of, like, there could be some people that, like, kids that are sensitive to this type of material. Maybe they have some sort of trauma that's connected to it, and they don't want them to have a PTSD episode. And that is understandable. Like, that is a very, very, like, in my view, like, that's an extreme example, but that's a really reasonable thing to think about. Yeah. And we're not talking, like, religion, right? Like, we're not talking also, like, all that stuff, like, whatever. So, yeah. It's fucking weird. Twitter.
I mean, I think the main thing is that schools are about being exposed to other groups, and it's usually going to be, racial or ethnic or even just different classes, because sometimes there are going to be kids with economic disparities or economic advantages. But also, you'll be. I think that's just really the bottom line. School is just trying to expose you to what kind of people exist in the world, and it doesn't really have a sinister or insidious plan for that. It's just like, this is what the world. It's preparing the child for the road. That's what I think is the bottom line. Yeah. And to pretend that certain types of people don't exist just because you don't like your kid being exposed to that kind of stuff, it's just like, well, you're kind of putting your head in the sand, aren't you? I mean, you need to understand that regardless of what you want under your own roof, you can't control what's out in the world.
Right.
And
you can't control your kid,
too.
I
just think that it's...
They're going to find out some way.
Yeah, it's good to inform the parents, but at the same time, parents refusing not to have their kids learn about that stuff. It's like, you're going to have a culture shock later on. And
it's going to hurt.
There's some people who have never grown up in, like, there's some people who live in the fucking States who have never grown up with a black classmate before. I'm like, really? That happens? I mean, I know that happens in other parts of the country, but in California, that happens still?
Yeah, it's wild.
That's crazy in California, actually, not that you say it.
I mean, you'd be surprised. 3 hours from us, you go to Merced, you go to other places like that, they're so incredibly isolated, you'd think you were in the Midwest.
I am, I'm not going to say names to somebody was talking to me about, we're talking like Pacifica, right? That's not far away at all, Pacifica. And I was hearing about so basically my brother went to high school, and then he had a friend who was kind of naive, I guess you could say. He liked a girl. She happened to be white. Apparently, he has no idea that their family is racist.
Oh, jeez.
And it's So and then he talks to her in front of their parents. She is trying to say, "Look, my parents are not going to like me talking to you," And he's just, again, dumb, naive, like he has no idea what that means. Everybody else also kind of told him, like, I don't think that's a good idea. And then when he was talking to them, I guess the father came up to him, is like, I don't like your type of people talking to my daughter. And then and he's still naive because he said, oh, okay, I'll just talk to your daughter at school. And then that literally literally, no, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. He they said that the father was so shocked in that response, he was just like, cat got his tongue. He didn't. He couldn't, and then the poor kid did not know that whole time that he was he was being racist. Like he didn't, and his friends and my brother had to tell him, dude, he was saying that because they don't like the color of your skin, and he's like, oh, he's racist, and he like had this really huge like dawning moment. And it's just like, it's so like it's so fucking, it's crazy because like we're not even that far away from Pacifica, and we can see that happen. And like, God, man, it's like it's almost as if like, you know, I blame myself too. I feel like I'm just living in a bubble, you know, like.
Yes, so but you know when when outside the bubble, you know, everybody hates you because you're.
Yes.
You know,
I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying, like,
it's just,
why should I be surprised?
Yeah,
like, in
I
some
guess
extent,
so.
right?
Sure.
The fact that I'm just being surprised and everybody else also can be surprised by it also means that we are also kind of ignorant of the fact that ignorance still exists, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, in that sense, right? Not saying that I'm saying, you know, ignorance shouldn't exist, but...
Yeah, right. But,
it's,
you know...
It's still
ironic.
It is, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
think it is a privilege to be able to think like that, or actually have that kind of thought and still persist as though it's not there in some cases.
Okay.
I think that
that makes me a little bit feel better.
It's fine not to feed into the think the worst possible situation. Like,
right.
That person's got probably got the reasons to think what they think, but you know what? I may not know what your problem is, but I'm not the key to that solution either.
Exactly.
So you know, you gotta deal with your shit.
Yeah. Man. Yeah. We could have another private talk off stream about it too, because.
But we touched that with a 10-foot pole. That's kind of. We got through that.
Yeah. I mean,
up for a segue.
I have to say that we did a good job on that conversation. That could have that was, you know, good job on everybody.
It helps that none of us are bigots.
Oh, let's not get so presumptuous.
Oh man, goddamn, dude.
I choose to be tolerant.
I do.
Oh man.
I do have to admit, I do hate Limp Bizkit. I would definitely judge you, if you're really into it. I'm sorry.
I hate people who love waffles. I'm a pancakes man. I will assert my pancakes dominance. And if you like French toast, you better get the fuck out of my sight.
Well, it's a good thing I'm not in your sight, sir.
Good night. Amazing. Amazing.
Oh man.
I love all three of those things. They're all amazing.
That's hilarious.
Pancakes or waffles, everybody. We know where
man.
D stands. Where do you guys stand?
I cannot stand in the same room as another, pancake lover. Goodbye.
He's even doing the sound effect. I'm so glad I kept the sound of the Discord, by the way. Because imagine if I didn't keep the sound of the Discord so that, it doesn't add the dramatic effect of you, leaving and come back in. That's funny. I actually don't have preference. I could take it either way. I love all three, but
I do think pancakes are better than waffles. I do.
Okay.
Sometimes I do get in the waffles mood.
Oh yeah.
Get some butter on them. Get some syrup.
I can't
Find
believe I
some
heard
food or
such
some whipped
profanity.
cream.
Good.
I think.
I'm gonna stop
Now
doing
you're abusing it.
I know. I do. I made that joke until there's no more milk. I'm sorry.
Oh man, but yeah, that's hilarious. I think I do like it, but I think waffles. I would like the utility of putting the syrups in the pockets. You know.
Each one is its own individual bowl.
Right.
Yeah.
But then pancakes has the added it's better at being fluffier, from my experience. Whereas
it soaks in the syrup better
yeah,
too.
right.
Oh my god, my grandma absolutely drowns her pancakes in syrup. Out of all the people, I wouldn't think my grandma would just freaking dunk it in like it's a freaking little pool of
Yeah, I don't really do a drown thing.
Yeah,
Like
I don't
like
get
it. I don't like
I
like
wanna
soaking
taste the pancake too.
Yeah,
I was kidding. I
right.
actually do like pancakes.
Like you know how yeah, like the soaking of it, like when it gets too spongy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it soaks
I mean,
too
I can
much
understand
or
like
mushy.
putting a bunch on, but I don't want them to be soggy. Like that's bad.
I think already this is the most controversial conversation we've had all day. No,
we're gonna be canceled for this.
We're gonna get canceled for this one. Dude, we should do like a Twitter leave our kids alone.
Leave our pancakes alone.
Leave our pancakes alone. Oh man. I actually now feel like I want to go on Nick Merck's chat and just troll him for that and just take the context of the Twitter thing and then just morph it to something else. Whatever it is, as a joke. I wonder if I would get banned for that. Yeah, it's okay. I'm okay with getting banned. That would be funny though. Do that on all of their Twitters. Or no, not Twitters, all their chats. I feel like Dr. Disrespect would definitely ban me. It's like, we don't talk politics here. But it's pancakes. Oh, man. It's hilarious. Okay, so, Apollo, you were saying that FF7 for you is looking good. Why?
I mean, the trailer looks cool. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but it still looks vaguely intriguing.
I don't remember.
Did
you play it?
No.
Okay.
I have it from PS Plus, but I haven't played the remake.
The original.
I haven't played either one. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you're completely fresh. I see. Because I feel like you might get the same experience as Carlos, and that's what I'm kind of damn,
I imagine I will. I think I am one of those people who's if the gameplay loop is good enough, I'm fine. Like, I don't really, I'll try to understand the story, but, if it doesn't all absorb, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm there with you. I would probably be like, there's a story. I'm happy with that.
Yeah, well, it's kind of all over the place.
I mean, my last experience with a story for Street Fighter was back in Street Fighter 2.
Okay, well, it's not
I think that's
that.
The one. I think that's the only one I've retained as well from that series. Yeah.
Street Fighter is at a different level than FF7. I think Street Fighter is
God. I don't know what you were talking
Jackie
about.
Chan stories.
Final Fantasy. I don't know why I was thinking Street Fighter. Never mind. Just edit that out. It makes me sound like an idiot.
All right, I'll scrub it from the VOD.
I'm kidding. Leave it in.
No, I mean
He was kidding as well.
I was kidding as well because there's no way I could do it. Yeah, I would have to delete the entire thing in order to make that happen. There's nothing I can do.
Yeah, I was still kidding.
I would have to delete the entire stream, post stream. I wish Twitch had that kind of thing. Speaking of Twitch, they're looking pretty bad right now, optics wise. They've made an announcement that that streamers can't. One, they still have this one problem where you can't multi-stream between Twitch and any other stream service. So there's that.
Yeah.
So that hasn't changed. one of the things they did change, and they kind of walked it back because they got so much backlash, is where they were giving a parameters of how you would have your sponsors show up on your stream. So, like, for instance, you can like only have 3% of it can of a say like a advertisement on your screen can show up on the screen. Only like something like 3%.
Yeah.
Whatever. It's small. It's tiny, and yeah, everybody's up in arms about it, and it makes sense only because Twitch is trying to find ways how to force the monetization to go through Twitch versus most streamers that actually make their money isn't from Twitch subs and stuff like that. It's actually through sponsors, and if Twitch forces them to basically not be able to support themselves, then Twitch is gonna lose a lot of people, essentially, and Twitch streamers are just not gonna survive. But they walked that back. Yeah, they did. They were like, we're gonna, right? Yeah, enough people complained. They, they walked it back, and they're gonna revisit it or something. Which, yes, it's telling when you hear the revisiting part, right? So then, to be more, less broad, and that's their statement. Their statement right now is like, we're trying to make it less broad, right. And everybody else knows that it's just Twitch trying to make sure that they make money, and force the streamer to try and make money only through them. But I mean, they say that which I guess is reasonable, but they say it's so that whenever they have Twitch events, that said streamer doesn't have a conflicting sponsorship, right? Like, let's say Red Bull is sponsoring the Twitch event, and then the streamer is being backed by Monster, right? That's one stupid example. It's not a really good example, but it's the closest one I got. So that's what they're saying. They're trying to clarify or something like that. But we know what they want. They just want money.
I mean, it's still a contentious decision. I'll say that they have a right to express and enforce that, but by principle, it's still wrong. I mean, not by principle, but not even ethically. Let's just say, in terms of each individual,
the economy, right? The stream economy. How about that? Content creator economy. It's wrong. It's really bad. It's just gonna implode it. You're not gonna have a lot of streamers. The ones that are making money are making really good living are gonna stay at the top, and then there's just the people that are just barely making it, that with not a huge view count, they're literally relying on those fucking sponsorships. There's just no way they can survive without it. It's like if Jeff Keighley told us finally that he's been going around sucking dick to pay for the fucking thing. And he never and he had sponsorships just to cover the other costs, and then you take out sponsorships altogether, and now he has now he has to suck some major dick 3 times much.
Without disclosing where I work. That's actually one of the answers I got once. Somebody called, and they were like, "How am I supposed to pay for that? Go to Civic Center and give hand jobs for $50." I'm thinking, that's
a lot of hand jobs.
I was just thinking that's really oddly specific, but okay.
That's a funny response. Damn. Oh man. That person can be that heated and that funny at the same time. That they built the talent, really good talent. Shit. All right, y'all. Is there anything else last? Because I'm looking down the line. We didn't really talk about Phantom Liberty. Is essentially a trailer.
Oh, yeah.
Outlaws, we talked about it. Oh yeah, I put it the Outlaws gameplay. I mean, I think we touched on most of it. There's this one, Keanu Reeves. Oh, and this is just random. I don't know, Keanu Reeves and Scott Adkins talking about why he had a dumb face. Like, his character in it had a dumb face when he was dead. So Scott Adkins, he was in the fat suit. You know how he has the gold teeth? When he dies, I noticed that he had this really weird, facial expression. And it turns out it's because Keanu Reeves is his character, John Wick, is supposed to pull the tooth out of his jaw. But when they first did the first take, for whatever reason, Keanu Reeves was pulling at his lip, really painfully. And so Scott Adkins did that thing. I don't know what you call it. It's the weird smile where you tuck your lip under your top. So you the top lip, tuck it under your gum using the dryness of your lip to hold it. Yeah, have you seen people do that?
Yeah.
Right? I don't know what you call that. Right? So that's what he did. So that
they call it a Scott Adkins from that one.
Yeah, from just that one. And that's why he has this goofy look, this goofy stare, and why his his upper lip is scrunched up, just to pull, just so that he wouldn't rip his lip out or something in attempts of the stuff. And then when they were watching, and he was Scott Adkins was saying man, I hope this is not a big deal because this is really dumb looking. The director was all bringing Scott Adkins to the side, going all you see that? You see what that there? Do it again. Because it was just funny as hell. And I thought I was the minority of thinking that was was that a weird face? Because I noticed it. I saw the movie twice. And I was all why is has such a dumb look on his face when he's dead? I'm whatever. We don't care about his acting ability. We're just there for his martial arts. But yeah, it's just a random funny, clip of him explaining that. And then I had a potential topic about the future of free-to-play model, but I guess we touched on it. There's more detail, but we could go on some other time. We weren't talking about Mortal Kombat. I guess. Huh?
Did you guys wanted to talk about Across the Spider-Verse?
Oh, that right. Yeah, Spider-Verse.
Did everybody watch it?
Everybody watched it.
I didn't, but I don't care about spoilers.
Oh, okay.
You should watch it.
It's good. It was definitely good.
Yeah.
One of the good. We haven't had a good Marvel in general. I know that it's Sony right now. That's Sony technically, so it's not Disney Marvel thing, but yeah, it was good. It went in. How about this? The trailer. Remember how I said it feels like I watched the whole movie? There's enough surprises in there. There's enough. There's enough in the story to hold on its own. So it's
really funny too.
And I think I also think too, I was hoping we would have this discussion too about how, remember when we had discussed about the state of Spider-Man and then Sony universe versus Marvel universe, and Apollo is I want Spider-Verse to be unique and in its own kind of bubble, right? And I feel this movie really drills it in how unique this Miles Morales, because
I just call the little compound the Citadel of Spider People. That's how
oh yeah, the Citadel Spider People, yeah. Yeah, I feel Miles Morales here is a unique. This is a unique Miles Morales. This is not. It's even more unique because of what they did for the story. So yeah, I think they I think they did a good job here. It's not
God, the animation, dude. The animation is just incredible. Like every single second, it's not just that every single second is a painting. Like, I mean, it just wouldn't be. It just would be impossible to have a movie like this in any other medium. Like it takes such full advantage of the medium of animation that it's just like, ugh.
Yeah. They really do an amazing job. Like it's not like they are kind of just one trick pony.
Yeah.
They're like experimenting with like what universe that they go into is like there's different things that are happening, and it makes me question too like how they pull off some of the effects, because I'm like some of these don't look like they could, like I'm thinking about in a production way like how they pulled off some of the effects they did. Is like, okay, is this post animated 3D rendering and then they overlaid it and like, you know, frame by frame changed this part, or was there some sort of trick that they did for a filter or something specific? So it got me you know, interested, like, man, like on the process of what they did, because some of the stuff like with Gwen storyline like was really beautiful, like a watercolor-esque design, and it having the color change and bleed through the environment was so well crafted, and it looks chaotic, but it looks chaotic with intention, and I think that's the thing that is what makes this animation particularly beautiful. And
Well, like when there was tension at one point, the colors were erratic, and then when there was some tension being, let's say, confronted, the colors started to change.
Yes,
like that.
It suited the mood. It's almost as if, you know how like in movies, like a lot of what the music can portray feeling. I feel like they did this, but with visuals, which is amazing feat. Have you ever heard the joke of like you get so high that you now you see sound and you could hear colors? That's what I felt like happened here. Like
you know, I kind of noticed that in some movies where there's lighting with intention as well, where it's like you see bisexual lighting where it's like red and blue on shining on a character's face. And then you're looking at a scene going like, huh. So I kind of see what's going on here. Like, you only see one light on one character's face of one color, but then you see two lights on a character's face of both colors, and then you see the opposing light on a character's face of a certain color. It's like, I know what they're kind of move they're trying to set here, but I'm just going to let this play out. Like, I just kept telling my brother, like, notice the lighting on some parts.
Right, like you just can't really pinpoint it, but you just know that like it's going a certain direction. Like there's a feeling. Yeah. That's another thing too, is like they're really like there's this, it's almost right now like they're leading the zeitgeist of animation, of like adding further touches of feeling through the visual elements. The visual effects. So
about it, when CGI was an arms race to see who could have the most, not realistic, but who could make the best use of the tool. And I think we're getting to a point where animators are looking at CGI and thinking, why can't we try to be as expressive as old 2D? So having stuff, and I notice I'm listing a lot of Sony stuff, but the bad guys, that's DreamWorks. The Bad Guys, the Mitchells and the Machines, which is actually not a bad movie.
I love that movie. That movie was great.
Thinking I was going to hate it, and I ended up feeling great. After the movie was over,
my favorite scene, the mother kicking ass. That was fucking awesome. Yeah. That was so funny, so damn funny, hilarious.
And Enter and Across the Spider-Verse were. Especially Across the Spider-Verse, they were really good about genre mixing in some cases. And I kept having to remind myself, this is a CGI movie, and look at all these post-processing effects that they're doing here.
Okay, what do you guys think about? There's some live-action cameos in there.
Yeah, that was fine. I mean, even seeing some clips of the Raimi Spider-Man in there.
Yeah.
That so showing like, hey, this is also part of the Spider-Verse too. They're just not here. And then there was the other Spider-Verse where it's like, we could have made a Spider-Man movie like this too, but you know what? We'll just skip.
Yeah. Yeah, I was sufficiently satisfied by that, and then they you know, they let it as a cameo with the other like Amazing Spider-Man. They like show that it like the thing that okay, the Sony verse exists in some capacity.
Yeah.
But they're not they're more like touching it as in like, hey, we know that's there, but we're doing completely our own thing when it comes to specifically Spider-Verse, like this world. So
I mean, I can see some of the themes about the movie were about addressing what is canon. Because that's something people like to argue about in just anything, not just Spider-Man. And it did, like, one of my, I would say this is one of the film's strong points, but also something I criticize at the same time, is that the writers flat out admitted that the way they handled some scenes was like trying to play out the internet backlash to how Miles was received. And I get it. It's like, yeah, but anybody can wear the mask, and you guys were giving Miles a lot of shit because of his melanin levels, and we don't like the idea of Spider-Man being all hip-hop and shit. And it's like, okay, yeah. And it's like everyone was dogpiling Miles as if they were a proxy for the internet. It's like, I get it. I know what you're trying to do with this whole speech. And then when I saw the interviews, I'm like, that's what they were doing. And it was a great way to drive attention. I'm not going to say that was a bad choice. It's just what it reminded me of, and what I saw. It's like, yeah, I get it, but creators, you need to stop trying to get revenge on the internet with some of your creative choices. A lot of that stuff isn't going to hold up. Like, yeah, you'll seem like you won that argument on Twitter or 4chan or wherever you were, but what kind of integrity does that have on the work itself in like 10 to 15 years down the line? Because you'll be an old man going like, oh yeah, I showed the chud what for. It's like, but at the end of the day, you left a stain on the brand, which is probably something that they liked at some point. And it's just like, I had to think about brand integrity at some point. But the way that Across the Spider-Verse handled it, it's not as detrimental as I'm trying to suggest it is. It actually works well in context for that scene.
I mean, I feel like it's one of its strong points, in my opinion. Like, just the way it handles, the way it handles the audience in general. Like, it knows what audience it's playing to, and like both the humor and the story just both plays with expectations and with the with the expectations and with the and with what we people want to see in a character. And Miles Morales just encompasses everything that Spider-Man is. So honestly, I wasn't even thinking of it in the angle that you were explaining it, but yeah, I like the that it takes away that element of the idea that like the canon is this sacred thing that must be respected, and that you can use that to wave away Miles Morales' existence. That this is Miles Morales is the Spider-Man in every sense of the world. Word and world.
I feel like he it's like an even more unique version of Miles, because like this one is born of the verse. Like the Spider-Verse would not exist if it wasn't for this specific Miles Morales, because it seems like the way that, and this is kind of a little bit leading in from like the trailer and then the story, is that the concept is that you know, there's these variant and canon events that happen, and if it goes off course, supposedly it will destroy the universe.
Right.
Supposedly.
And that's exactly what I like about that. You know, that it plays with the audience's, you know, idea of like, oh, you have to follow the canon, and yet the story is like, no, sometimes you just have to tell a good story and fuck the canon.
Right, and then that's the thing that was interesting about this was that I guess we'll go with the one for me. Personally, it felt like a good reveal was that the spider that bit this Miles Morales wasn't even from the same universe. So therefore, the universe that spider came from has now no spider person. So he already broke the canon, but that universe is still existing. So that means that Miguel, Spider-Man 2099, is either lying about how the universe works when breaking canon, or two, he is making assumptions that pertains to his specific situation. Yes, yeah. So
it could, yeah, that's what my brother was telling me too. Like, I don't think that's exactly right.
Exactly.
It seemed
Yeah.
like he could have just been making assumptions, or
exactly.
maybe
That's
there
what
are
I
other
think too.
factors that played in that other world.
Yeah, because his storyline and his, just to give context about the 2099 Spider-Man, Miguel is saying that if you mess up the canon, if you mess it up and don't give like that, like what that's supposed to be the case for that spider person to happen for them, whether it be his uncle or somebody important to him is like their Uncle Ben, their version of Uncle Ben is going to die, and then therefore catapult them into being Spider Person. That's one event. Or there's another event where Captain Stacy, or it's somebody that is captain of some sort, is going to die because of your involvement in some way and sacrificing themselves in the situation, and causing such a rift in your journey. So that's the big canon thing. So like, so the story is that it's not only Miles' problem with his father about to become captain, and that his canon event is gonna happen. There's also Gwen Stacy, that her father is about to be captain, and that canon event's gonna come down the line too. But the movie, so Miguel, like Miguel is saying that those things has to happen. Miguel had experienced a situation where he went from his universe, his home universe, and found a universe where his family was still alive, and he went and replaced. I forget. Is it he? I forget. Is he? Did he replace the guy, or did he died or something?
His other alternate universe self, then the world started coming apart.
Right.
Found the events that he tried to, I guess, play as his double.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So then, therefore, like he thinks that it caused the universe to collapse, and you know they show a flashback, but you know, it's not like detailed enough to give us a full perception of what really happened.
Right. Events
Because
that he's telling it, but not exactly all of the events that transpired.
Right. Yeah.
So that could be a hanging thread for beyond the Spider-Verse.
Exactly. And then there's this visual aspect that I want to take note here, is that we went to what was it, the Peter Parker of India, right? Like we went to there, and then that Miles had rescued his Captain Stacy, basically his version of Captain Stacy, and that now the universe is collapsing because of it. But I want to take note here that the visuals of it supposedly collapsing is a different visual from what the memory that Miguel was talking about. So what I'm going to refer to is that, so Miguel's talking about his family and his universe that he had to escape, and, you know, he caused the collapse, or what he thinks it caused the collapse. The effects of all the collapse was a lot like that glitch that we remember from the first movie, where, like, anybody that was from the alternate universe was there. Like, you see them glitch out and stuff. That's the visuals that we saw for his big collapse that was chasing him throughout, like, chasing him in this, like, scene of him running away from the big collapse. And then, so that's different from the visuals of the India Spider-Verse, where the, it's not a glitch. It's just a big giant black hole that's starting to rise from the ground. Now, the reason why I bring that up is two visual differences, right? Two visual differences that kind of carry this theory that I have, that Miguel doesn't understand how the universe works. So that's one clue, right? And the second clue is the bigger reveal that when Miles was trying to escape from the Spider Citadel, let's say, when he's being chased, and
wait, should we talk about that? Because I feel like that's one of those things that should feel like a big reveal.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is pretty much a big reveal. I mean, that's up to, like, Apollo. Are you, like, I mean, I guess we already asked, but, like, I don't know.
You can talk about whatever you want.
All right.
Okay. Cool. All right. Okay. So, this big reveal is that when Miles Morales was like, no, I'm going back to my universe to save my dad. Like, that's the intention. He goes in the teleporter. Everything seems fine, but then suddenly his uncle shows up. And we already know his uncle's dead, right? Is supposed to be dead. And then as that is being revealed, it turns out that he went to the wrong universe. He actually went to the universe where the spider had come from. And that's the universe without a Spider-Man. And now he's seeing that in that universe, his father's already dead. And he meets his alter. He meets the other Miles Morales, who is actually now Prowler. So you see Miles Morales as Prowler, and that's essentially how the movie ends. So, but we know now that the spider that left, see, that's the thing, that's the big reveal, but that's another clue, because that also shows that universe didn't collapse. There's no Spider-Man. That means the universe continued, right? Like that, right? Like, or a version of the Spider-Man exists somehow, somewhere, but it's not in the same way that we know it. And then, of course, there's the other aspect that we have another villain to consider, is that there's the Spot guy, who was supposed to be, like, from the trailer, he's supposed to be a joke villain, but I actually like how they treated him, because he actually ends up becoming the big bad, or at least one of the big bads.
He does have quite a useful power.
Yes.
It's just he's treated like a joke.
Yes, exactly. Which is really cool, because he starts off as this just goofy, stupid villain, but it turns out that he's a lot inundated into the story and canon of, like, Miles Morales is getting his powers, because he got trapped in the or got zapped essentially by the whole explosion from the collider from the first movie, and that's how he got his powers. He's actually one of the scientists that was experimenting, or rather the scientist that was helping to make the collider, and he knows of the spider that bit Miles Morales, because he was the one there to I think he captured it. Did they capture it or something like that? He had it, and then it escaped. So, but he knew that spider came from another universe, And that's how we got that storyline of like, oh, you were never supposed to be Spider-Man, right? And your Spider-Man in your universe was never supposed to die. And, you know, of course, Miguel is kind of like laying that on him as if it's his fault. That you're the first incursion or something like that, or the first blip issue, and I've been fixing it all this time. We're like, fucking, yeah. So it's interesting in this that we have like 2 major villains, and then that it's built a really unique story for this Miles Morales that can let the legs of other versions of Miles Morales to exist in other universe without it being not unique, right? Like this one is specifically Spider-Verse Miles Morales. Like there is an exact like uniqueness to him in this version. And that's pretty cool because like for all I had like intention of like understanding it is like, oh yeah, no, this is a different version of Miles Morales versus the video game one, or you know, blah blah blah. But this one's more written into the code of Spider-Verse, that we're showing that the Spider-Verse situation isn't how Loki places it into like the Marvel universe, right? Like they're like, oh, it's going off book, so we have to erase it, right? Whereas in this one, it's like, it's going off book, therefore it automatically erases. There, in this version of their explanation of the universe, is that it's like a scab where like it's healing, right? The universe still goes. Like it went off book and didn't follow the typical storyline, but it's saying it just keeps going, and that's what's really interesting, and it opens a whole new door for possibilities that aren't something from the comics. Like, as somebody that would read the graphic novels, I'm all like, oh, all my assumptions of what, XYZ works, or assumptions of how Peter Parker's storyline works, or Miles, like, what canon are we talking about? This can now go anywhere. Like, it's free from that, because it's so unique. And it's built its own identity, and I think that's really fucking awesome right now, for what they're doing. So yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add to that. It's you said it really well. And so much of the movie is just so visually impactful. You just have to see it, because, it's just like, unlike, as I was saying before, unlike Avatar, whose visuals are really great, but they just your mind just kind of blends them in with everything else, because everything just looks real. Like everything about this movie is about showing, it's about that style, about the animation, and how much character is in, well, the characters just by the style of their animation alone.
Right. Yeah, they really nailed it in terms of that. Mm-hmm. I think also, like, the story, man, it was like, I was like, is this the end of the movie? This feels like it's been going on for a long time, yeah. And I really did not see that coming with the whole, part 2 thing. Yeah. I didn't see that coming at all.
That was my one moment where I was like, oh, top 10 anime betrayals, like,
yeah.
And I wanted to see more of the story, but honestly, that's the only complaint about it. The fact that the story is not done, and that I want more, and that's basically, if it,
yeah.
And like they say, if a story leaves you wanting more, and then it ended well.
Yeah. The trailer definitely only did part of the movie.
Yeah. I want to go watch it again.
They also did a good job of how like some movies would just add too many villains and too many characters? Like this one had enough time.
It has all the characters.
Yeah, and it had enough time to like let the characters breathe enough to like understand them. Yeah, it's pretty wild. well, that's.
Did
I
you
mean,
like-
that's it. Huh?
I was just gonna say, did you like this one more than its prequel? Or did you like it?
Well, you know, since this is only a part 1 of 2, I think, like, you know, hard to say now because maybe the third movie or second part, it's like, oh, it's gonna go derail completely. Like, you know, I don't think so. I think it's really have a good foundation right now. And it is doing better than what I would say a lot of like current movies are doing in terms of introducing us to minor villains becoming bigger villains. And then because if you think about it, he does have 3 villains in this entire fucking thing.
Yeah.
You know, he has Miguel, the Spot guy, and then now, you know, himself essentially.
Well, another himself.
Yeah. So it's like that's cool because I remember. I mean, I think we've talked about this too. Is like one of the things I liked about Spider-Man is that as he's defeating one villain, he's kickstarting the next, right? Like you already know the next one's coming, and then, you know, some of the villains are lasting a lot longer, meaning like they're kind of around for a longer time, but they are not, you know, their full intentions or the full blown climax isn't seen yet, and it kind of like, you know, gestates in the background while he's trying to like juggle between his personal life and also multiple villains. And this is exactly that, where it's like he's juggling his personal life, his relationship with his parents, and then suddenly like he gets thrust into this other situation with the whole Spider-Verse element, him trying to figure himself out, dealing with his own villains that look like they're kind of a nothing burger villain. I'm really liking that wording, by the way. Nothing burger. Mr. Spot like does nothing. Like he's just a goofy guy. You don't take him seriously, but then he starts coming out on his own as like a real threat. Yeah, so it's nice. It's a lot of good character development with Gwen too. I think that was phenomenal.
I think I liked the emotional moments even, you know, better in this one than the first one. I have to admit that I always feel guilty over the fact that, well, you know, in the first movie, his uncle, the Prowler, dies. I honestly just felt nothing.
It didn't feel as serious.
Yeah, it just didn't feel as like, you know, heartfelt as like even the, you know, the smaller emotional moments in this movie.
Right. I can see that.
It felt like it was just more for that movie a means to drive Jefferson more against Spider-Man than, and you know, it was just that rift up until when he took down Kingpin and Jefferson finally starts coming to an understanding that Spider-Man isn't a bad guy.
Yeah.
In Across the Spider-Verse, there's a little bit more. I like the moments between Spider-Man and Jefferson where it's like, you know, it's Miles underneath, and it makes it funnier when he's talking about stuff like, "Can you not ride the kid's ass?" and all that shit. Man, but you do see that there's like there's a principle around. One of Miles' principles is that he does want to do the right thing. He just also wants to be free too, as Spider-Man and as Miles. But he thinks he's free as Spider-Man, and then when he gets to the Citadel of Spider-Man's, he's under tighter restrictions than he is as Miles to do what he wants to do. And I think freedom is one of the themes of the movie, because Miles wants to, you know, go out in the world, and he wants to go to some of the finest schools because he's a pretty smart kid and he just wants to be challenged. And as Spider-Man, he gets to, you know, help people and do the right thing, and he believes he is doing the right thing. It's just not within the confines of his obligations. Like, he's missing a lot of schooling classes. he can't really explain his gaps and his disappearances and his absences with his parents, and it's like wonders if telling them that he's Spider-Man is going to make that all better, which keeps coming back and forth. And Gwen tells him that will be a mistake. And I don't know. I just kind of see that there's just it's a constant of the movie where he wants to be able to do the right thing and be free to do what he wants, and two people tell him that that's a bad idea. One being his parents, and the other being Miguel.
Yeah, that's really interesting because it's really interesting because that's also Gwen's I was gonna say Gwen Stefani, when Stacy like really embodies that element of freedom for Spider-Man, right? Because Miles is also trying to go to Princeton in order to study the whole multiverse so he can get back to her, and like there's a whole idea that her father must die too, because it's part of the canon, and he also wants to save him as well, or despite despite the idea that it goes against the sacred timeline,
the great sacred timeline.
Yeah.
We are made and crafted by our trauma.
Where's that from?
Oh, nothing, nowhere.
No.
That's just me saying it, because that's what they're trying to say. It's just that's what they're trying to essentially say.
Right.
We need people to die for Spider-Man to fully realize.
Right. Yeah, and here's Miles, who realizes that you just have to do the greater good. I mean, you just have to do good, wherever you go, despite what somebody else is.
Right. He unknowingly doing the like. I'm pretty sure, like me and D were just kind of noting that, like, he's doing the right thing. We know he's doing the right thing, and like as far as the narrative is being spun, we are pretty sure that this, explains that they think that the universe will collapse if they don't do the canon correctly.
Mm-hmm.
But I think what's going to happen here is that in the next one, it's going to put doubt in his mind of, is it the right thing for him to do it now? Because now he's going to, it may not collapse, right? It might not collapse the universe for his father to live, right?
Right.
But it will spin something else worse. That's what I think he's going to come to conclusion of, right? And maybe he might have to be okay with that. You know what I mean? Like if his father's not going to die, somebody else is, right? It's something else is going to come up with it, right? Because if Spider-Man doesn't exist in that universe he accidentally fell into, then why isn't that universe gone? It's because now the universe is potentially worse off. I mean, obviously they want to paint it that way because they made it seem like fucking, the universe that he jumped in is a dystopia right now. For all we know, it's not really a dystopia. I mean, I'm just saying it could be fine. They could be fine.
Who knows?
It's not Gotham City levels. It's fine. But yeah, like I don't know. And he could be just accidentally correct in the sense of like you could just do whatever you do want to do, and make whatever choice you want to make, and not have to follow the script that is subscribed to him as they know it. Again, it really does have to do with that makes sense too. What D was saying, it really does kind of have to do with like freedom, right? Like there's like you don't have to stick with the canon of the universe. Just because it happened to that Spider-Man doesn't mean it has to happen that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just like how Gwen was aware that there are other Gwens who don't quite make it.
Right.
Yeah.
And she's one of the quote-unquote lucky ones.
Right. Yes. Oh, man. Scary.
That sucks.
Yeah.
No, just from her, perspective, it's like, oh, great. So most of the girls die.
So, yeah, it's like, oh, okay, great.
Even the universe is misogynist.
And then Gwen's like, what the hell is a Gwen pool?
Oh,
know,
man.
Oh my god, I know, right?
Damn, that would be hilarious. Imagine, jeez, that's a good one. Get to stretch out a different kind of acting capability to pull off some of the quips.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. I'm sure Haley Steinfeld can do some cornball stuff.
Some corner balls of corns. Yeah. So yeah, overall, really good. Highly recommend. And I say for the emotional aspects, I think this one's definitely better. Some of the visuals, of course, it's like they're stretching it a little bit further. But you know, I mean, it's only part one. I can't really say just this one alone. I don't know. I feel like this maybe it's because maybe I can't give it a 1-up over the first one just because the ending was so
abrupt.
Kind of yeah. That I just don't know.
I mean, it's cliffhanger.
Like you can give it like it's solid as its own standalone because it has a cliffhanger. Now it's like so it really like depends on how they close it out in the next one, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, there's two things I want to see in Beyond. I want to see Miles like fight with the brakes off because he's been developing his venom strikes quite a bit in the movie, and they show how adept he's become at using them.
Yeah,
and it's gotten to the point where he can trivialize some incidents just by how he's mastered his technique. But also, I want to see the crew get reunited because that was sorely lacking in that. Like everyone's just faces sunk in at their desk, going like, "What?" I know why Kitty might be depressed because the mech that her father built is destroyed. So it's like she might not be the same peppy girl as she was in the previous film. But people were making all sorts of jokes, going like, "Oh, she's finally become Shinji Ikari," and all that's like, okay, that's fine. But yeah, just have some time with the crew, and I think that would be a good point to lead off on before it gets to Miles.
Yeah, I feel that because now there's also two parties, right? There's the Miguel team chasing after Miles, right? And then there's the
the Gwen team.
The Gwen team
Gwen
trying to
Peter team.
Right.
And then
trying to link up with Miles. And maybe help gain some knowledge and revelation. Okay, how about this? Before we end it off, I want to say Spider-Punk was awesome, and I feel like he knew more about the situation than we know. I feel like he's the guy, he's the sorcerer with the knowledge that is going to explain what we just talked about how, Miguel's thoughts on how the universe works isn't actually how it works. Because I felt like the entire time that Spider-Punk knew something more than he was leading up to. Because if you pay attention, the way he
dialogue he's not really a big fan of Miguel.
Yeah, he's not a fan of him. Yeah. He's not a fan of this whole like organization thing and whatever. And then he was stealing equipment from the tech. And then when he was he even showed Miles how to be more efficient on the way he was using his venom strikes. Like, don't use your fingers, use your palm. Like, put your whole palm against it, and then you will, it will be more powerful. And which was a critical thing for him to get out of that moment that they were about to ship him off back to the universe. Like, if he didn't teach him that, he wouldn't have been able to. He was even like showing in the background, like, use your whole palm. And then when he did escape, he was like, nice. And then he goes like teleports and he takes his wrist thing and throws it off. Like he quits. And I'm all like, that guy planned this. Like this guy knows something more than what he's leading on. And then he leaves and uses the stole, like he was like talking and talking, and as he was talking, when they're in the spider citadel, he was like ripping off random technology and just stealing it, right? You think, oh, he's just being, he's just being his character. He's a spider punk. He's just being an ass, right? But he used that stuff he stole and macabre together a DIY, macabre, wrong word. He DIY'd a teleporting, like, wristband and left it in Gwen's universe. That means he can teleport without using the watch. Means he's been having this technology before they even hired him. I guess you could say hired him or made him join. That means he's on to the universe long before Miguel was on to the universe. Right? That's my thought process, and I think that guy knows something far, like, he knows something. I swear to God, he knows something. I swear to fucking God. And if this is just some, like, they better fucking reveal that in the next one, because there's just no way. There's just no way that he doesn't know something. He knew that was gonna play out this way. Like, he had to, right? Just had to. Anyways, yeah. So that's my last bit about that. Any closing?
Definitely going to be some surprises from him in Beyond. I can feel that, but man, I mean, they're planning on launching next year sometime, but they said they don't have a script ready. It's like, how is that possible?
Dude, writer strike, no. No!
That's the one thing that I hear.
But here's the thing. If you have a movie planned for a specific date, you have to have at least in post-production for it. Like, what the hell is all this? Because you've been working on it for a while. Like, don't tell me you have been reworking the whole Across the Spider-Verse, not Across, Beyond the Spider-Verse, and doing re-recording for the cast. It's like, this is insane. It's like you had the production this tightly close to your planned release, and you didn't plan ahead for the writer's strikes. It's like,
oh man.
No.
I mean, to be fair, they probably didn't know that the writer's strike was going to happen by the time they were done. Yeah. I mean, maybe as they knew that the writer's strike was going to happen, it was too late. Like they couldn't hire them real quickly to make a full script.
When was the movie announced? When were both movies first announced, though?
Good question. I actually don't know off the top of my head. Let's see.
Like they announced like it would be a two-parter like a long time ago, and
I mean, I'm not surprised that they screw the pooch anyways.
And initially for the same year, and then some time passes. Like, okay, we're putting it to 2024 for Beyond the Spider-Verse. It's like, and then now it's like, oh, we have no voices, we have no script. You were planning on releasing next year, and it's a CGI movie with very experimental techniques.
Yeah.
And you were planning to get this done in a year? Seriously?
I mean, I don't know exactly how a lot of live action movies do exactly that, where they start the production and they have a lot of things going and they don't have a finished script. It happens more often than you might think.
It's more like a bad practice, but common practice. Okay, so
something like No Time to Die, the fucking script wasn't done even after they finished the production, which might make you go like, what? Like, how does that even make sense? But it's because they change a bunch of stuff in post and do re-edits and do ADR afterwards.
Right, just to patch up the problems. And that so No Time to Die, was that the one that was affected by the? Yeah, was that affected by the writer's strike or no? Wait, that was the.
No, that was
the other one, Quantum Solace.
2008.
Right. Yeah, that one was the one that was affected by the previous
Yeah.
writer strike. So the first film was not released in 3D. It was originally set for release on April. Oh wait, sorry. Unlike the first film, it was not released in 3D. The second Spider-Verse was released in 2022, but was shifted to October 7th from April 8th due to COVID pandemic. It was moved to June 2023 date. Intentionally, it is being released on dates ranging from May 31st to June 22nd. So it's like, okay, that really, I mean, that doesn't, I don't know if like when that was like I tried to look up when it was announced, but yeah, that at least gives us a time frame to work off of on an assumption. But shoot, yeah, man, I don't know, man, how that's gonna get affected by the shit. That's gonna suck. Beyond the what is it?
If the March 2023 time is looking doubtful, then yeah, it is what it is.
Well, you know what? They better delay it as much as they have to.
Yeah, I know, right?
Delay to 2025 is that'll definitely be when Spider-Verse momentum is going to be at its peak.
Yeah. Damn, that's such a long time. I even try. Okay.
And then afterwards, Meat Moore can audition to play live Spider-Man.
Right. Here, let me see if I could find.
So it says on December 5th, 2021, Sony announced Across the Spider-Verse Part 1, confirming a second part was in production. So yeah, I mean, it's been a couple of years. Almost like a year and a half.
Yeah, I'm trying to find if it is being affected by this writer strike.
Beyond the Spider.
Heck, you know, technically the official, because it broke street date at some stores, release of Mario on Blu-ray and DVD is tomorrow. So it's like that's a quick pipeline from making $1 billion in the box office to getting straight to video. But
yeah, that's the physical release. The digital's been out for like over a month.
Yeah. Chris Pratt's like so enthusiastic. Was it Chris Pratt? Chris Pratt was enthusiastic about saying how there are plans for Mario 2. And it's just like, I'm waiting for the writer's strike to clear up just to talk about it. It's like, okay, yeah. Well received as Mario, but really a lot of people just want to see more Charlie Day as Luigi. Let's face it, he was underutilized. He was really good as Luigi. It's just, you want to see him in action.
Right.
You want to see him do some stuff. Do some things.
Yes.
Yeah, it
Just
doesn't...
watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Him and, Danny DeVito are basically Mario and Luigi.
Unless they already had everything written prior to, and they're just doing the voices right now for their third installment of Spider-Verse, like, I would imagine that then they're good. Like, if the writing was already done, then they just rely on, impromptu kind of like on actors just doing a different, like, a improvisation or something like that, because then that's allowable, I think, outside of their writing, as long as they're not writers themselves or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. So then we might be okay, because if it is, because it says here it's like Beyond the Verse is set to be released on Friday 29th March 2024 of next year. I mean, at that point, then, like, you had to have already had all of the things written by the time that and then because Spider-Verse was also, like, this current Beyond the Spider-Verse was already pushed back by a lot anyways. Like, I can't imagine that they just what'd they do, just sit there? like they had to have. Yeah,
well, unless they were doing constant.
Waiting on how people would like
maybe.
first one, and then they're like, "Oh, we'll change some things then."
Yeah, maybe.
Like the
I
script
don't
is
know.
gonna always go through a lot of revisions, so it's possible that
Yeah.
they had like an earlier draft, but they didn't have the shooting script ready.
Right. That's. Yeah, I know. That's like shooting, as in the voice. The what's it called? What do they call it when you're in the booth? Like just basically that moment, like with the the voice recording element.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they don't have it then yeah, that's the problem. Then it's just like, all right, actor, you just do what you do. You know, like just pretend things are happening. You know.
Excuse me, pretend? That is not how acting works.
I believe truly that I am this character. Yeah, I don't. Oh man, God, I really hope, because that would suck so bad if it ends up getting just.
If it ends up being a casualty of the
Yeah.
writer's strike, and
Right.
it goes from Across the Spider-Verse quality to
Heroes.
Revenge of the Fallen Transformers quality.
No, Heroes.
Heroes.
Because Heroes was the
Wait,
the
which
casual.
one was the?
See,
Which one was also the Transformers that was?
Was that affected by it
affected
too?
by-
Oh yeah, it was affected by it. I think
The
it was the
second one, right?
Fallen. Like who
too.
cares? Like whatever, man. Like
Yeah, that's true. They know
I
all
mean,
that.
it was never
Like,
good in the
first
first
one was-
place.
The first one sucked and it wasn't, affected by it. They all suck.
You know, that's
Yeah.
like,
Bumblebee,
that-
that's the only good one.
But that's the excuse the game. It's like, oh yeah, the second one has bad writing but it was because of the writers, right? And it's like, yeah, but that doesn't explain the first one and the third one.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's
yeah,
the great example.
it was Fallen something, right? That's the one you're talking about that was affected by it.
Second one with Robot Heaven.
Yeah,
There's a
Robot
Robot
Heaven.
Heaven. Again, I haven't watched these movies, so
I don't. I'm just imagining it. I also
Not
didn't see
even
it.
worth explaining, honestly.
That's great. They have a Valhalla, like their own Valhalla out there.
Oh, it's dumber. Shia LaBeouf's
Oh.
character dies and then goes to Robot Heaven.
why does he go to Robot Heaven?
I don't know. Why are you asking me? It's a dumb movie.
Can you imagine you just randomly end up being in the wrong heaven?
Oh, that would be
Is there
funny
like
too.
oh my god? Is there like a heaven multiverse? You just find yourself
Heaven
in
multiverse.
you find
Oh
yourself
my
in
God.
heaven.
First.
That's so
At
funny.
least I'm thinking of the Will Hinton animation version of that.
That's hilarious. That's
Captain Stormfield goes to heaven, but he went to the wrong heaven. Heaven was for aliens.
You're like, wait, I'm in heaven, but I'm atheist. Yeah, there's a heaven for atheists. Yeah, do you really think you'll be happy with the Christians? Yeah, that's a good that you gotta.
Oh my god.
But if I end up myself in the heaven in a puppy heaven, I'm good.
Oh man.
Probably not with the food, probably.
Not with the food? What do you mean?
I mean, I probably wouldn't like dog food.
Oh,
And I would have to-
Depends on whether you get the quality of dog food, right?
True,
You're not-
true.
that's- you
If
don't
it's
have to get
heaven,
kibble. They
then-
have like really amazing dog food these days. That's like premium. It's like insanely expensive, but it's like actually good for your dogs. So
Fucking
apparently,
filet
like
mignon.
all dog food, even like the best, really healthy kind that I buy, is like terrible for your dog, which is like really annoying to find out. Like
After
so
the fact?
far into your dog's
Yeah.
lifespan, but it's like, yeah, it's like, oh yeah, you can pay like $200 a week to get this amazing dog food that's actually good. I would if I could.
Afford
It's
that,
like-
yeah. That's
Insane.
Yeah.
a month?
Hey, you're-
Is that
you're
200
mo-
a month? A week? Oh my god!
You might
Just-
as
You might as well just
just
make
go
it
out there and-
yourself. Yeah.
just go out there and kill a deer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cheaper.
Have you all ever checked that out? I mean, D, you don't have a pet, right? So you probably haven't seen this, but like, okay, there's like, I've seen some things where like you can actually like cook your own, like put together your own like food for your dog and cat. I've seen cat mostly, but I'm pretty sure there's like something. But obviously, that's I mean, that's a lot of work.
You know,
like
it's
when
funny
I see it, I'm like, God damn, like they're eating better than me. And they're talking about all the like ingredients, and I'm all like, that's stuff you could just easily get yourself. It's like, that's interesting.
Right.
But and then the nutrients and stuff like that. I wish I was more like aware of the like
I mean, it's just I think about it a lot because it's so sad. Like, 'cause my dog's getting up there in age, and I'm like, we always talk about dogs' lifespans, they're so short, and I'm like, maybe they wouldn't be if for one we gave them good food and they weren't eating processed shit their whole lives, and also like. Imagine if you had to wait like 12 to 15 hours between using the bathroom. Like, that would probably fuck your body up so badly. Like,
you're like holding it in for dear life.
Yeah, exactly. And they got to do that just every day. And we just go like, well, they're animals. They're used to it. And it's like, but they probably shouldn't be used to it. That's probably bad. Like,
I don't even think they would ever get used to that. In fact, actually, if they were out there in the wild, they just go wherever they want freely. They don't even wait. They wouldn't even fucking wait an hour. If they had the choice, right? Like, in the wild. I imagine it's just like, what? You dig a hole and let's go.
They wouldn't even wait to. They probably, the only thing they would wait around is that there's no dog that they're accidentally peeing on, and sometimes they don't even do that.
Yeah.
You ever take your dog out and both dogs are like saying hi, and your dog is just like, you know what? I'm just gonna pee right in front of your face. I'm like, comment. That's impolite.
Yeah. How dare you? Yeah, it's funny too, cause like Paulo and Pearl, their dog is a Dachshund Wiener dog. So they've been training him super well, and they've only had them for like, I'm gonna say 6 months. I'm gonna say 6 months, and I'm saying super well because like there's a difference, because he's like really he's really sociable, like he'll like, and there's no biting, there's no like he's not peeing anywhere, like he's not being like that, like he's not doing like, oh, you're mine now, and goes up there and does a little bit of a pee on your shoe or something like that. Like, yeah, I think the only thing they've been talking about is the separation anxiety part, where he goes to daycares, dog care, like they bring him to like a daycare dog care place, and it's kind of it's kind of very stressful for him, because he's always like always with other dogs, and that kind of like makes him super like ADD, like oh yeah, another friend to play, and then like he'll forget to eat, and he'll stress out too, because Paulo and Pearl are not there, so he'll be like acting a little distraught and not eating as well. So like that's the only thing that they're like, that's their hurdle right now. And I compare that in drastic differences between, say, like that and my parents, how they treat their dogs is like night and day, like I go to Paulo and Pearl's dog Bit, his name is Bit, by the way, kind of like is called like between, something like some Filipino word for like spiritual or something like that. But anyway, so I go to Bit, and I'm all like, see, this is a dog. How normal human beings like that actually invest time to take care of their dogs. It's same thing with whenever I ever had a chance to visit you, Apollo, and your dog, I'm like, see, this is like how it works. Like, this is normal. Like,
it's so sad too, because it really doesn't take a lot to get them to that. Like, I mean, like, there's a little bit of work, you got to put in a few afternoons, but like, even if you just get learn, house train them so they don't pee and shit everywhere, and then get them to sit and stay.
Yeah,
that's really all you need. Everything else is just extra.
It's like, it's just like consistency, and then just discipline, like just consistency. Like, it just doesn't, like, Every time it's so frustrating when it was like with my family. Just like I have to. It's like
Be it like a toy or a child, depending on the mood, and just not
Right.
really giving it proper structure, training, structure,
right.
activity.
And it's just like it's so hard when it's like like with my parents it was impossible to just get everybody aligned to the same thing. It's like don't feed them human food, for instance. Don't play. We have toys. Don't play with them with your hands. You know, like they learn their long lessons by that. I know that you're mean well, but like you have to do this because now you have to have those dogs. Like, your dogs meet other dogs and meet other people, right? Like, what if the people that they're meeting doesn't want some dog to chew on their hand? Right? Like, simple fucking thing. Like, it's just fucking, and then it's like, I don't even know if it is like that saying where, like, if the whole saying
I just say it like that. Maybe other people don't like people, don't like it when the dog chews their hands.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, the dog was sensing your bad vibes. That's why it did that.
Dude, that sounds exactly like the delusional speak that I hear. Like, you're joking, but like, it's exactly those.
It happens a lot. Doesn't it?
Yeah, I know, right? Like,
it's not my fault. The dog just picked up on your bad vibes. That's what happens. A lot of people, like with children or with dogs, people can just end up not raising either one of those things well, and it never ends well for a neighborhood in either case.
That's so funny.
So do those kids go to their friends' houses? They're like, wait, is this what actually good parents feels like?
I mean, yeah, that happens a lot.
Man.
And that kid will just stay over all the time, and the parents will be like, okay, like, you gotta go home, and they're like, please.
Please, actual parents, real people. Yeah, like, jeez Louise. God, I just can't. Anyways. That's how we're gonna end it, right? What a sad note. Jeez Louise.
What do you mean? What do you mean sad? We agree that Across the Spider-Verse is great.
Yes. Yes. That's the end of the note.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Sorry, it bled over past 10. Well past 10. A little bit. All right.
We bled a lot more.
True, but that last time we went till like midnight or something, or 1 or I don't even know.
Almost 1 o'clock, dude.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's we'll convene next time. Hopefully, next time we get a chance to hang out in person, and we'll bid the stream adieu. But hopefully next week. If we don't, then it will be a stream next week. If we don't do a stream next week, we are IRL hanging out, fighting over who likes waffle or pancakes. So
I will bring the best toast, and you motherfuckers will like
it. Hell yeah! Let's go. All right, guys. I'll see you later.
All right.
All right, guys.
Good night, everyone.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Let's see what we got here. Bada bam!
In channel whispers, I rage craze, I rage effage, says, yo, end of line.
how's it going?
Alright.
So, what's your highest level right now?
36.
36? Oh, okay. So far, only my Necro's the highest right now. And that's only, I'm only at 27. I haven't played too much of the Rogue. I feel like I'm liking the Necro a little bit better, but probably only because I haven't found what you know, the right kind of setup for his the way to play the Rogue.
Yeah.
Could be that. Have you already finished the main story?
No, I'm just like you know, like, taking my time on like side quests and
okay.
trying to explore the map. But some of the map like are more like a high level.
That's true, yeah. I've run into that. Which one's your favorite right now? Which character do you like using? And have you tried the PvP?
No, not yet.
Yeah, apparently the way that works is that it's still like PvE elements, but you just essentially get to kill the people trying to do the events. And usually you get currency from that, and you get cosmetics. Different cosmetics from the PvP part. Did you get the invite?
Huh? Well, for the
party invite? Well, also I sent you the clan invite too.
Yeah. No, I didn't see the notification.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Nice.
You're stuck in an illusion created by the Haradrim. The portal will lead you through this crude trap.
Nice.
This is a main wax order.
I think this is a... Well, actually, I have no idea, honestly, to be perfectly fair. I have no idea.
Just like enter randomly. I'll be alright. We're gonna use the restroom.
Okay. Zubble, 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 zubble. Oh, I forgot to stop the recording. Hello. Bye bye.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Hello.
Yeah, kind of like suck like they don't have shield for like all class. It's only for necromancer.
Wait, shield?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, like offhand.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Oh. Huh. I didn't even notice that.
Admirer of sorts. I saved you in the mountains. You'd lost your horse and crawled into that cave. Would have frozen to death if not for me.
Ah.
Why are you helping me?
Oh, it's very simple. You want to stop Lilith, and I want you to succeed. But you'll never do that by following the Horadrim.
Interesting. Ew, that door is disgusting.
Yeah.
Ew.
How far in the quest?
Why are you telling me?
I have no idea.
To warn you. A day
I would say the beginning.
when the Horadrim stumble.
Or you like doing like Act 1 to or just like randomly.
The portal will
One of the acts, I forget which acts this one is.
Tristram, the Horadrim of old imprisoned Diablo, the Lord of Terror, be
beneath the earth. And then they built this town nearby. You can see how that turned out. I like the world the way it was, without Lilith. Her little game of rebellion will only lead to chaos. You've already seen visions of the damage she can do. Yes, I know you have fed her blood. Do you feel it changing you? Perhaps not yet. But as long as Lilith walks in your world, it is only a matter of time.
Okay.
Back in the Haradrim's illusion. Neyrelle.
There you are. I think I've lost my way. The same thing happened to my mother and me earlier on. The trail to the vault ends here, so it should be somewhere around in these woods. Someone toying with us. This is a maze. Now this. What's that supposed to be?
Noise.
I see. The path is different now. The statue was the source of an illusion. We must be close. Finally, the Horadric Vault. Not what I expected. But let's not give up hope. All we need is one book, one spell, to help us cross the Black Lake and stop Lilith.
So yeah, I'm following the Act 1 campaign. That's what this one is.
You assume we're treasure hunters, don't you?
I'm not assuming anything. I just want some answers.
Look, ever since I can
I
remember...
just realized something. I don't need this overlay on my... Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. Studio mode.
She was sick. Tried to hide it from me, but I knew she didn't have long left. This sort of thing. The hunt. It made her happy. It made me happy too. You have the answers you wanted now?
Sorry, one moment. This one. This. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, side focus. You got the book.
Oh, okay.
I'm not ready yet.
This is... I think it's written in Horadric code. And here, the same symbol on the door. I have an idea. Let's keep on. I wish Mother was here. Hey! It's the same seal as before. Should be easy enough to break it again. But why would someone use it here?
One way to find out.
Of course. We can't let anything stop our pursuit of Lilith. I'll open the door, and if we split up, we'll work faster.
You're watching the cutscene.
Only if you
Yeah,
stay on
yeah,
this
sorry.
side of the door.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
What am I looking for?
Don't you know? A book, a scroll, or anything that will help us cross the Black Lake.
Yeah, I can't believe like Starfield is on September 6th.
Oh yeah.
And then on 22nd is the Cyberpunk DLC.
I didn't see too much of the Cyberpunk one. Is that? Oh yeah, actually, I did see the trailer. I just didn't. I didn't understand. It's like, I'm happy that there's new stuff coming out, sure, but I don't know what I saw. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't show enough for me to understand like what is different. Like, what are they adding to the thing that makes it cooler or something? Or what the heck's unique about what I'm seeing? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It looks like
I'm sure it's fine.
you'll either be playing as V or Keanu Reeves.
Oh wait, did it show that? I didn't even notice.
Yeah, because in the trailer it's like it's a female V, and she was saying like, "I'm dying." It's like
Right, because remember, like, at the end of the game, right, she's technically dying, or the character's technically dying, right?
Yeah.
So it takes place maybe, like, at the end of the game, I'm assuming? That's what I was thinking.
It looks like, yeah, but like, another, I think, like, runners, like, I forgot her name, which says, like, she can, cure, V, or remove the virus.
Oh, right. She can remove the, wait, remove the thing that's gonna kill her, the chip, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that'd be
But,
pretty cool, too,
you have
because
to,
then your character, you could
Yeah.
they probably could make more stories and stuff like that you could do to play a campaign. Like more campaign stuff.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. It's a portal?
Yeah.
Oh. Boss time.
Yeah, avoid them getting sucked to the book.
Oh, she's stunned.
Stun again.
Nice. Nice.
I was a demon guarding that book. I should take this back to Norel.
Bum, bum, bum.
Interesting. This ledger was written by the Haradrim. This is chronicling spells and theories created by Rathma, the first necromancer.
That's not what we're looking for.
Rathma.
No.
Rathma!
But it can still work.
Rathma.
There must be something we can use to bring my mother back. She knows the ritual to cross the Black Lake.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
It's all we have. My mother will help us through. Meet me down there.
There's been like this weird flickering of like, I think it's my what was it, the something what you call them, the minions have been doing this weird glitch where if I'm in a cutscene or something, like they flicker in and out.
I thought I heard something, but demons? How is that possible? It couldn't have been the Haradrim. They're secretive, but would never follow such a path.
I need more time.
Where are you going?
We're going to the north, at the edge of this map.
I think can beam. We need to stop.
Speak to Norel in the path of the Firstborn.
I need more time.
Stop by yells. Yeah?
strangers in the camp.
Okay, I'm almost there.
I'll explain on the way.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, shit. Alright, I made it. Oh, I boo-booed. I boo-booed. Whew.
Are like inside or?
Yeah, I'm inside.
Rosma's description of the ritual was difficult to understand, and the notes weren't much better. I think I know how to talk with my mother again. The breeze, coming from the Black Lake. Do you feel it? Let's hurry.
I need my allies to do that.
Am I able to warp you over here?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Neyrelle.
The way is open. We have to go. But... do you think Lilith is even still here? It's been so long. I'm afraid she's won this one. Besides, I have to... take care of my mother. But it's not over yet. Not for you. Lilith was after Rosma. Find him. Learn why. I'll be back at the vault. All right?
How strange. Somehow this place feels like home.
You are the last visitor to my sanctum. Though, you come too late, just as Lilith did before you. For it was my father, Inarius, who arrived here first. It unfolded as my visions foretold.
Oh.
How we hurtled
His
towards
father.
the prophecy's end. echoes of a great serpent carrying these
I need to destroy the tumors to go any further.
Destroying tumors, I see. It's like I'm going through, like, somebody's intestines.
Why just like Guardian of the Galaxy? The brain. It's like...
Yeah. We're the virus attacking the brain. We're gonna go through and attack all the tumors. Eradicate tumors.
Yeah, didn't expect like they are like Among Us kind of.
Nice.
I knew this would be driven to interfere, believing that it was about him. He saw himself as a savior.
Make sure that you get sometimes like random like people like asking for help.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, where do we go now? We go around?
Yeah. Simmering.
Huh? It's locked.
Like, you know.
Hmm.
use of the minions as increased health. So like they regain like health.
So I locked the gates to heaven. It was only a matter of time before Norris would discover what I'd done and come demanding the key.
One rank of blood surge. Intelligence, one rank of bone spear. Blood lance does increase damage to the armor target per lance.
My burden is too great.
There we go. We're curing them of cancer.
You refuse to give me the key. You stand in the way of the Savior. The holy flame of veins should be boiling.
Nothing you do will change the future I saw.
Nothing will do.
I create my own destiny. And this prophecy of yours is just a small part of it. It is wider,
He's angry.
beyond comprehension of ungrateful spawns like yourself.
He's like, no, no. I know what's better. He's like, bad. You're my son. You should be listening to me.
And that the Cyberpunk DLC, it looks like it's kind of like they borrow like the storyline from that movie LA something.
Oh.
Yes, to save the president.
What? I think I know what you're talking about.
All you must understand.
Yeah, the president like
victorious in hell. The high heavens will welcome
spaceship or something, Space Ones, kind of like Air Force One was like a space. They call it space.
Oh,
Landed.
like yeah, like the saving the president from the ship, from the airplane or something. Air Force One.
Oh, Escape from New York or LA.
Oh, that one. Oh yeah, with Snake, Snake Plissken. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Kind of like similar story. Yeah.
Yeah. You're going to a dangerous place and you got one mission. Yeah, it was Escape from New York and Escape from LA. That was like two different movies. It's like sequels. Oh shit, what the hell? Whoa, what the? Oh.
Oh, stun.
Perfect. Stun. Nice.
Oh.
I got legendary wand. Who the fuck is this guy? He's a fucking pyramid head.
Yeah.
The hell?
Oh.
Oh. What the hell is empty?
That looks like human.
Or they're really tiny in there? Oh shit, what the fuck?
Vigo.
Oh, it's Vigo.
I have done all that was asked. The pain is gone now.
Oh.
Oh.
This was a just punishment.
stronger man would have refused Venard's bribe. Nerel. Nerel, is she safe?
Yes, she is safe.
Oh, he's in like an Iron Maiden. Oh, gross.
Our meeting is no coincidence. I came here to help.
Did he really need to make that sacrifice? He didn't sound like in the previous story like he was like that you know, hurt by, well, I guess he was hurt by the pride of just having so many people die because of his bribe that he'd taken.
Repented. Do you think I was too late?
No, not too late. The light has come to carry you home. Do you not see it, friend?
Yes.
Why is it? What the hell?
Yes.
Why does he have to be in such an Iron Maiden? Like, how's that work? All the spikes and shit.
Come.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of badass though. That he was like random when he showed up. Ooh, amulet.
Probably like needs to power up the the armor. So
Like his
uses
blood or something.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a. What's his name? Okay, there we go. What's this one? When a segment of bone prison is destroyed or expires, it deals 16 damage in an area around itself. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, did I miss the dialogue?
If you
oh, there
are
you go.
chosen as you say, it will come to pass.
Oh, okay, well.
It's too quiet. Where is she?
Anything in here? No.
I need more time.
Is that him? Is that Rathma?
Oh, there you go.
I don't know if you would have chosen to stand beside me in this new world, Rathma. But I would have saved your place, just the same. And now, all that you might have been has been stolen from
Wouldn't he be rotten by now? I imagine he's been dead for a while now.
Probably like a necromancer.
I mean, he's supposed to be the first necromancer, apparently.
This key unlocks more than the doors of hell. It unlocks our path to the future. A future made possible because of the price you paid. Your sacrifice will not have been in vain.
Okay.
Oh, where to now?
I'm not ready yet. I hate how I can't like zoom out or okay, yeah, I have to do this. There we go. We have to go here. Am I able to link you where I go? I think I can, right? Isn't it like...
Yes.
Can I do that? There's a way to link it to you? Do you see the pin that I put down on the map?
Oh, I'm still inside the... Probably need to teleport.
I'm at the Yelesna waypoint. Maybe... Can I do this? Oh, never mind. Can I do this? Can I link you the waypoint?
Not while I'm in town. Could salvage that.
Bone prison. Common spirit. Area bone prison.
You there. I need to talk to you.
Huh. When the segment of bone prison is destroyed or expires, is that would that be worth it though? Okay. Let's see, where do we go? When do you get mounts?
Huh? I think after Act 4.
Huh.
See.
Vigo wanted you to have this.
He was a good man.
I mean, was he?
And Lilith? Was she even there? Did you meet her?
Already gone by the time I arrived.
There is more. I can see that.
Lilith took a key to hell off Rathma's body.
Then it was all in vain. She's the only one who got what they wanted.
Naira. She came seeking the Haradrim of legend. Seeking hope. She found neither. But her part in things was far from over. In truth, we would need her more than she needed us. Didn't seem that way at the time, though. For anyone. Inarius proved to be just as unreliable as I'd feared. His self-obsession had driven him to murder his son, Rathma. And from the corpse left behind, Lilith had taken a key to hell. Where would she use it? We could only depend on ourselves to find out.
Oh, huh. So that's that act, huh?
Yeah.
I see.
So we're going northwest.
Yeah, it's like that area.
Unforeseen visit. I'm guessing. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You have a waypoint over there? No.
I think so. Actually, I do. Or not all the way over there, but close to it.
Manstead. A little bit. Should we do the event or just like go west?
Would I? Is there a way to like show you on the map?
On what?
Would I, if I put a ping on it, would you see that ping? Like where I gotta
Yeah.
go?
Yeah, I saw the ping.
I think I put one right now.
Yeah, I see it.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Do you see the waypoint?
Yeah.
Okay.
You see mine? Yours blue, mine's yellow.
Yeah, I see it too. Yeah. It's a yellow one, yeah.
Light's blessing. If you have needs, check in with the Watch Commander.
I'm looking for a Haradrim named Donan. An old friend of his sent me.
Actually, I've seen this.
Yeah.
I need more time.
He's upstairs in the Great Hall with his son.
Dad, I need to be out in the field with the other knights.
Why the rush, my boy? You know, I found some of my old Haradric tomes. Stay here, and we can go through them together.
I can take some with me. We have a visitor.
This discussion is not over. We haven't spoken. It occurred. Rothma is dead.
Okay, now we need to go here.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Walk in the light.
There's no waypoint here, right?
I don't have one.
Alright.
If there is one, I don't have it.
Yeah, don't see it.
I was wounded.
What a waste of knowledge. Look at this. I once schooled the few of them before.
Welcome to Firebreak Manor.
I need my allies to do that.
I've seen this one.
A signal.
Random dude.
Goat men. People either. They were like brother and sister to me. Of course not. I must see to the dead here.
The attack on the manor has left many.
Don't go to next.
Nice. Oh, all the other environments. Alright. I'm probably gonna call it a night right now.
Alright.
I might jump back on if Brenda is asleep right now, but unless I knock out. But yeah, it's probably pretty late anyways.
Yeah.
I'll be on tomorrow though. I can see you whenever. I'll be probably on all day actually. I'm gonna try and catch up my rogue. So far, it's been a lot easier to level up with my necromancer, though. I have to say. I feel like the rogue is a little harder to. I don't know. I feel like I have a harder time to pinpoint like what kind of setup I want to do with. All right.
Yeah.
I'll see you tomorrow if you're on.
All right.
All right, man. Take care.
Yeah. Yeah,
Thanks for joining. Bye bye.